She's so relentless. I keep falling for these adventures. Hold me tight, won't let me go. I don't even wanna go. I need a spell just like I need a hole in my head. Is there nowhere for me to run? I'm caught up in this world I'm in, so blinding. My time into. Is there nowhere for me to hide? I can't believe this life I live. What I give to go with you. Come get me. I hear music, but I'm not leaving. I still confuse it. It's so deceiving. Every time I take a step, I break a habit I once kept. I need to stay just like I need a hole in my head. Is there nowhere for me? Is there nowhere for me to run? I'm caught up in this world I'm in, so blinding. My time into. Is there nowhere for me to hide? I can't believe this life I live. What I give to go with you. Come get me. I can't escape it. I wanna make it. Come get me. Don't let me go from free. Show your face. I said, Lord. Is there nowhere for me to run? I'm caught up in this world I'm in, so blinding. My time into. Is there nowhere for me to hide? I can't believe this life I live. What I give to go with you. Come get me. Come get me. Come get me.
have to be monitoring this
So
memorandum.
do you?
Hi. Where's the guy? Oh, here we go. Are you the replacement? Are you the stand-in? Can you please delete a slide for me? The one that says Wamkele and the one that says video. You took it out already? The Wamkele and video. Perfect. Done. Let's. I don't know how long it will take. Let's see. If not, you just skip, right? Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us this morning at the Business Roadshow happening here at Eco Convention Center. This is an apology to everyone who's joined us early. There is a lot of traffic congestion outside, and we're waiting for some other participants to be in the room before we officially commence. But in a few minutes, we will commence and we will run through the agenda very quickly. But thank you very much for making time to be here this Monday morning. Very shortly, we will commence and we will run through what promises to be a truly beautiful day. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, again, we would like to apologize for the late start. In a few minutes, we will officially commence. We would just like to wait for a few more participants who will join us. We are being considerate of the flow of traffic, and we hear it's a bit congested. So we are waiting for a few more participants, and then we will kick off. Good morning, and thank you for joining us. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and thank you for joining us. In a few minutes we will commence, but we would like to ask all our distinguished participants and guests to please be comfortably seated. Thank you. Good morning once again, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. As we officially commence, it is my pleasure to invite on stage a powerhouse of poetic expression, one of the most talented spoken word artists I have ever come across, from Nigeria to the world. Please make welcome the electrifying, absolutely talented IB Quake.
Thank you very much, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I know it's a bit of an early morning, but I just need your attention for a couple of minutes if you don't mind. I'm sure you don't. Good morning once again. Sound, I'm good. Africa is not poor. Maybe she's poorly connected, poorly protected, poorly projected. Because we export cocoa and import chocolates. We mine coltan and import phones. We plant the seed, they eat the fruits, but that stops now. Because trade is power. It is how a continent stops being pitied and starts being paid. It is the sound of many waters and wonder. Trade is the language of nations who take themselves seriously. And Africa is speaking now, fluently, fiercely, finally. And Afreximbank knows. It's why the Intra-African Trade Fair was born. And it's not just a fair, it's a force. Sorry, something happened with the sound. Do we mind going over again? So that you get to enjoy it with the sound. I hope you don't mind. Was so sorry for the difficulties in media. Africa is not poor. Do we agree? Maybe she's poorly connected, poorly protected, poorly projected. We export cocoa and import chocolates. We mine coltan and import phones. We plant the seeds, they eat the fruit. But that stops now. Because trade is power. It is how a continent stops being pitied and starts being paid. It is the sound of many waters and wonder. Trade is the language of nations who take themselves seriously. And Africa is speaking now. Fiercely, fluently, finally. And Afreximbank knows. It's why the Intra-African Trade Fair was born. And it's not just a fair, it's a force. It's a gathering of kings and queens who don't just come with clothes or crafts. They come with contracts, fashion, factories, finance, and fire. Let me tell you something. Africa is not behind. She's becoming. She's not begging to be seen. She's summoning. So how do you break glass ceilings? You don't tiptoe in stilettos. You come in healing, killing, by being revolutionary. Fall, but get back up quicker than Humpty Dumpty. With ancestors in our blood screaming, break it. Because you don't break glass ceilings by just sitting. So what do we say to Africans whose fire is fighting water? Because being a god is too good to be true. So they'll settle for nothing more. They can't dream past Mars. Them the vex past Jim Ike and Osaka London is their only bus stop. The eye of London means nothing to those who can't see. Those who don't believe. Dream. Take the head of Goliath even when the tune is risky. Be David. Break boundaries past the point of a dagger. Build. Even when the fall is greater than Humpty Dumpty. So how do you break glass ceilings? Because for some of us, our first cry for new inventions was from our mother's wombs. Our bodies itch for something new. So you break glass ceilings with purpose in your pace. You walk like your name is etched in space. You don't sit when you make the table. Turn no into not yet. You make fate unstable. It's time Africa started to benefit from what it first gave. Because trade will define our future. What we do with it and how we use it. It is redemption for Nigeria, Africa as a continent. Because this is for the young girl in Kano to not just be stuck in traditional roles or the other room, but she's building full tech systems, front end and back end, where her language isn't just yes sir, but Java. We know that society is constantly evolving and needing something new, and you have the answer. So we raise a glass to investors. Investors who turn dreams into a reality. Investors who have foresight and believe in the power of possibilities. Investors who act as catalysts, driving the biggest waves of breakthrough and revolution in Africa. See, Africa doesn't want crumbs. We want contracts. We don't want pity. We want partners. Because we have potential. So let me remind you, Africa is not behind. We're becoming. We're not begging to be seen. We're summoning. Thank you.
I think IB Quick deserves a better round of applause for that fire, powerful start to this beautiful morning. Thank you. Thank you so much. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my utmost pleasure to warmly and very specially welcome you to the Nigeria IATF2025 Business Roadshow, happening right here at the Economic Nerve Center of Nigeria and one of the most vibrant commercial capitals in Africa. This is Lagos. My name is Mojibade Shosoya. I am a professional comparer and a television presenter. I'm truly honored to serve as your host for this transformative experience that leads us on the journey to Algeria in September. I thought you were going to clap for me. Thank you. Thank you very much. Interestingly, today I will be wearing multiple hats because much more than being your compere, I would also be moderating the two panel conversations happening right here. And I'm looking forward to those conversations. I'd like to start by establishing the protocol for which we will all rest on today. Let me start by recognizing the Executive Vice President of Afreximbank, Mrs. Kanayo Awani. A round of applause for her. Thank you so much. I'd also like to recognize the Honorable Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, who thankfully for technology is joining us virtually, and we will have the opportunity to listen to her, Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, MFR. Thank you. I'd also like to recognize the Executive Director and Chief Executive Officer of Nigerian Export Promotion Council, NEPC, Mrs. Nonye Ayeni. Thank you. I'd like to recognize the National President of the Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, NASIMA, Engineer Jani Ibrahim, OON, MNI. I'd like to recognize the Director General of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, Mr. Shegun Ajayi Kadri, MNI. I'd like to recognize the Managing Director of Nexim, who's here with us today, Mr. Abubakar A. Bello. A round of applause for him. Thank you very much. I'd like to recognize the Algerian Ambassador to Nigeria, who's here with us today, who is our host for IATF 2025, His Excellency Hussein Mizwood. A round of applause for him. Bienvenue. Thank you very much for joining us. I'd like to recognize all of our panelists who are here, who will get their due recognition once it's time for us to have the conversations. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in the words of the great Pan-Africanist Kwame Nkrumah, he said, and I quote, "We face neither east nor west, we face forward." Today, we face forward united by a vision to accelerate Africa's industrialization and enhance our global competitiveness under the African Continental Free Trade Zone. And I'm excited for this year's theme, which says, harnessing regional and continental value chains, accelerating Africa's industrialization and global competitiveness under the AfCFTA. This theme is more than a conversation. It is a call to action. And today is not just any meeting or a box we have to tick because we must do a roadshow. It's a movement, and that movement leads us to Algeria in September for the IATF 2025. Now, if we go back very quickly in history, and I'm talking about very recent history, where we started from, in Cairo in 2018, where we had the first IATF, which brought together over 1,000 exhibitors and ignited $32 billion in trade deals. Then let's talk about 2021, where despite a pandemic, Africa said, you know what, we're not stopping. And in our parlance here in Nigeria, we say we move. And so we recorded even more success in 2021 as compared to 2018. And then in 2023, which was the third edition of the Intra-African Trade Fair, we roared again because that's what Africa does. We are resilient and we don't stop. We had over 28,000 participants from over 130 countries, with deals worth a staggering $43.8 billion sealed across energy, agriculture, fashion, manufacturing, and finance. These numbers are impressive and fantastic, yes. But behind these numbers, we have names, we have dreams, and we have destinies that are being actualized. But of the many success stories that we've recorded from the Intra-African Trade Fair, one stands out for me, and it's the story of the Nigerian man, a young Nigerian man, who, from a conversation, met a Singaporean investor. And what started as a conversation has now become a formidable collaboration. Today, his agri-tech firm operates between Lagos and Singapore, building smart solutions for Africa's farmers. That is the power of IATF. That deserves a resounding round of applause. In all of this, we are saying to you that we cannot wait to receive you in Nigeria in September. We can't wait because there is so much that will happen. That is the biggest platform for private-public partnerships, one single gathering that can transform your business, that can transform your life. Pause. No, don't pause. I'm going to pause and allow you to look around the room and just say hello to the person who is sat next to you. Connect with them. Your next investor, distributor, business partner, maybe sat next to you. Introduce yourself powerfully with some authority. You never know. Just so that when you connect in Nigeria, it's already easy because you've established that connection here in Lagos, Nigeria. Thank you. That is the energy we actually want in the room. So, if you're looking for possibilities, it's right here in the room. And of course, it gets bigger on a more global stage at the Intra-African Trade Fair happening between the 4th and the 10th of September in Algeria. Again, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to warmly and very specially welcome you to the Business Roadshow for IATF 2025. I have a lot more to say, but I will stop now and allow the video that we have specially curated for you to do the talking. So if you would please focus your attention to the multimedia screen. Thank you.
Get ready for the 4th Intra-African Trade Fair in the People's Republic of Algeria. Africa's premier trade and investment event is presented by the African Export-Import Bank, Afreximbank, the African Union Commission, and the AfCFTA Secretariat. Join us from September the 4th to the 10th, 2025 to access more opportunities for trade, partnerships, and possibilities across Africa. With over 2,000
As I was speaking,
35,000 plus attendees from 140 plus countries and the potential to generate $44 billion in trade and investment opportunities, this edition is set to be a game changer. Access more trade. Showcase your products and services in our customized pavilions, designed to connect you with sponsors, investors, partners, and decision makers from business, government, the diaspora, the Caribbean, and the rest of the world. Whether you're a seasoned player or a startup, IATF 2025 opens doors to more connections, collaborations, and growth. Over 7 exciting days, you'll be inspired by distinguished leading speakers from Africa and around the globe and gain valuable insights into the continent's trade and investment landscape, while elevating your brand recognition and showcasing your vibrant range of African products and services. Access more insights. Be inspired by world-class speakers and industry leaders at the Trade and Investment Forum. Learn about trade opportunities under AfCFTA. Tackle key barriers to intra-African trade, and gain practical tools through training workshops on exporting, standards, and marketing. Access more creativity. Celebrate Africa's vibrant creative economy at the Creative Africa Nexus, where fashion, music, film, arts and crafts, sports, literature, and culinary arts take center stage. Discover new markets and untapped talent in an atmosphere brimming with energy and innovation. Access more markets. The African Buyers Program and matchmaking sessions ensure meaningful exchanges, enabling businesses to conclude impactful deals. Access more engagement. The Special Day segment is open to countries, private and public sector entities, and offers tailored opportunities for countries and entities to highlight their trade, investment, tourism, and cultural potential. Access more connections. Through the IATF virtual platform, you can showcase your goods, services, and investment opportunities on an interactive online platform available all year round. Access more innovation. Explore the future of Africa's automotive industry with auto manufacturers, OEMs, and suppliers. Access more growth. See the next generation of African innovators showcase their bold ideas and prototypes at our dedicated pavilion for African youth startups. Access more connections. IATF 2025 Global Africa Day will highlight commercial and cultural ties between Africa and its diaspora, featuring a Global Africa Summit, a market, exhibitions, and a distinctly African cultural and gastronomic showcase. Access more expertise. Dive into cutting-edge research and inventions by students, academics, and national researchers that are shaping Africa's future with the Africa Research and Innovation Hub at IATF. Access more partnerships. The African Sub-Sovereign Governments Network Conference presents a platform to promote intra-African trade and investment, educational and cultural exchanges, and effective and active engagement on the development of Africa regions in the context of the AfCFTA. Access more of Africa's potential. With access to a unified African market of 1.4 billion people and a GDP of $3.5 trillion created under the AfCFTA, IATF 2025 offers unparalleled opportunities to trade, grow, and thrive. African Export-Import Bank, African Union, AfCFTA Secretariat, and the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria invite you to join us at the IATF 2025 in Algiers, Algeria, your gateway to new opportunities. Don't miss out. Visit Intra-AfricanTradeFair.com to confirm your participation and access more today.
Thank you very much. We can't wait to receive you in Algeria come September. Now, the IATF is not a talk shop. It's a marketplace of deals, partnerships, and hope for intra-African industrialization and regional value chains. And in the words of the Director General of the World Trade Organization, she said, and I quote, "No nation can build a global industry in isolation. Supply chains are not local, they are continental, and they must be inclusive." So I'm truly excited for the theme of this year's ITF. Now, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to recognize very quickly the Honorable Commissioner for Commerce, Cooperatives, Trade and Investment, Lagos State, Mrs. Folashade Bada Ambrose. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. As we move on, it is my pleasure to introduce a distinguished leader who brings over 25 years of banking and financial sector experience to her role as the Executive Director and Chief Executive Officer at the Nigerian Export Promotion Council to do the official welcome for you, our very distinguished guest this morning. Please let's make welcome with a warm round of applause, Mrs. Nonye Ayeni, as she delivers the welcome address this morning. Looking very colorful, like an African giant that she is. Thank you so much. Please sustain the applause till she gets on stage.
Honorable Minister, Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, MFR, Executive Vice President of Afrexim, Mrs. Kanayo Awani, Honorable Commissioner for Commerce, Industry, Trade and members of Diplomatic Corps, esteemed heads of agencies, captains of industries, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, all other protocols duly observed. Good morning. Good morning. It is a great pleasure and privilege to welcome you to this high-level roadshow convened by Afrexim as a part of preparations for the 4th Intra-African Trade Fair, IATF2025, scheduled to take place in Algiers, Algeria, from 4th of September to 10th of September. This event is a key step towards realizing a shared ambition, which is to deepen and promote intra-regional trade and investment across Africa. The IATF platform has become a catalyst for implementing the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, AfCFTA, facilitating business-to-business, business-to-government engagement, unlocking financing, and creating new market access and market linkages across the continent. The theme for this year's trade fair, harnessing regional and continental value chains, accelerating Africa's industrialization and global competitiveness under the AfCFTA, is timely and fitting. It speaks to the urgent need to move beyond the fragmented trade structures that exist today in most African countries. It is a call to action on the need to build structured, sustainable, and competitive value chain that can power inclusive growth, both here in Nigeria and across the continent of Africa. We know that AfCFTA promises to be the largest single market in the world, connecting 1.3 billion people across 54 countries in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, arguably, Africa's intra-regional trade accounts for less than 15% of our total trade volume. This is far below what is obtainable in other continents like Europe and Asia, and speaks to the fact that African countries do not trade much amongst themselves. And so we see countries exporting to other climes products and commodities needed by other African countries, who then have to import the same product back to the continent. This increases cost, trade turnaround time, and depletes our resources without adding commensurate benefit to the economy and to our people, and sadly, does not benefit the economy and sadly does not also look towards value addition, which will enable African continents to earn premium pricing in the global market. African countries, would you believe that everything needed to produce, for instance, electric cars, could be gotten in African countries? From rubber in Nigeria, lithium in Nigeria, and other products in all other African countries. We don't need to really import some of these things if we do the things that we have to do. So this is our story, and this story has to change. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, within our continent lies huge potentials which we must take advantage of. We have the resources, we have arable land, we have the people, brilliant, innovative, and creative people. With framework like AfCFTA and platforms like IATF, we now have the tool to bridge the trade gap, boost intra-regional trade, and tremendously grow our collective economy in a sustainable and inclusive manner. What we need, amongst others, are the 3 C's: collaboration, commitment, and coordination. Commitment to work as a people to minimize technical barriers to trade. At Nigerian Export Promotion Council, the federal government of Nigeria, Nigerian Export Promotion Council being the federal government agency, mandated to develop and promote non-oil export. We are working together with different stakeholders to ensure that Nigeria is not just a participant in IATF 2025, but a leading force. working with our parent ministry, the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, under the able leadership of our Honorable Minister, Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, MFR, and also our strategic partners, Bank of Industry, Afreximbank, Small and Medium Enterprise Development Agency, that is SMEDA. We are all working together to make sure that we have good showing at Algiers in September. We are galvanizing our exporters and building their capacity to be export ready, connecting our SMEs to market access, and elevating our national brand across key African markets. We are happy to announce that it's already yielding results. Last year, 2024, Nigerian non-oil export grew in value by 20.77% year-on-year, over and above what we had in 2023. Non-oil export performance continued its upward trajectory in the first quarter of this year, 2025, where it grew by 24.7%. Last year, Nigeria exported 243 distinct agricultural products to 146 countries. I think we should clap for that. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in 2024, Nigerian exporters traded with 39 African countries, with agro products forming a significant share of that trade. This intra-African export was valued at $462 million. That's also another big volume. Can we clap for ourselves? And this provided millions of jobs across agro-processing, textiles, cosmetics, ICT-enabled services. This aligns with the Renew Hope agenda of Mr. President, His Excellency, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, which addresses job creation and poverty reduction. However, despite this good news, African countries still have huge potentials and opportunities that must be unlocked and harnessed for shared prosperity, particularly in the area of non-oil export. Therefore, Nigerian Export Promotion Council, working with other stakeholders and other exporters, have been empowering and building the capacity of our exporters from the farm gate to market access. A lot has been done to ensure that Nigerian non-oil commodity exported meets global standard and quality. In the last 8 months, over 200 SMEs received direct support in international certification, including HACCP, ISO 2200, and Halal, amongst others, courtesy, free of charge, courtesy of Nigerian Export Promotion Council. Last year, Nigerian Export Promotion Council held about 629 capacity building programs across the 36 states of the country, impacting over 68 MSMEs. Capacity building in the area of good agricultural practices, on packaging, preparing them to be ready for export, amongst others. Our strategic initiatives are deliberately structured to align with AfCFTA vision for borderless trade. Through our flagship program of Export 35 Redefined, we have identified 20 priority products, working with exporters and targeting 5 key markets for each product. Also, in collaboration with Central Bank of Nigeria, we have recorded a great milestone to regional trade by Central Bank of Nigeria approving CFA as one of the currencies for repatriation of export proceeds. This is a critical step that improves trade within the Francophone market and ensures ease of settlement for Nigerian exporters. We are also working with National Bureau of Statistics and other stakeholders to capture and document credible data on Nigerian informal trade flows from all the trade corridors at our borders. With this, we have begun to mainstream informal trade, which will also improve the volume and the value of non-oil export for Nigeria. This is part of our strategy to mainstream trade and enable data-driven decision-making for policymakers. As a roundup, as part of our drive to build a pipeline of export-ready youth and women-led businesses, Nigerian Export Promotion Council, alongside their various partners, and particularly our partner, Lelouk Bat, we have launched an export skill acquisition center here in our regional office in Apapa. We train women and youth free of charge on how to make bags and make clothes like I am wearing. We are also going to work with Lagos State Commissioner for Industry, Trade and Investment. We are going to do more of this. We're already working on some few things, and very soon Lagos will see some things that we're planning to do. And so, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the IATF 2025 offers everyone here, whether you are an individual, MSME, large exporter, private or public institution, big and small, it offers you a great opportunity to create visibility to your products or services, showcase your brand, create market linkages, expand your reach and coverage, network, and sign deals. So please don't miss out. Get ready for September 2025. It's going to be a blowout. Nigerian participation at the previous edition of IATF has demonstrated what is possible. At IATF 2023 in Cairo, Nigerian companies secured export deals worth millions of dollars, and we proudly won, Nigeria won the best country pavilion. Let's clap for Nigeria. This is another testament that Nigerian businesses continues to prove that our product can compete and thrive across Africa. As of today, we have received close to 400 applications from Nigerian companies eager to participate in IATF 2025. Encouragingly, about 50% of these are women-led businesses, demonstrating that, women, clap for yourself, demonstrating that women are not left behind in Nigeria's export space. Nigerian businesses are ready to showcase themselves and hold a place as giant of industry. Nigerian Export-Import Bank Nexim, the SMEDAN, for their ongoing collaboration. These four agencies are working behind the scenes, working tirelessly to ensure that IATF 2025 is a huge success. To the exhibitors, the financiers, the MDAs, we are all looking forward to September. Let us seize this opportunity, therefore, to show the world what Nigeria has to offer: innovative products, resilient entrepreneurs, and a renewed drive for regional prosperity. IATF 2025 is not just a fair, it is our stage. Nigeria is ready. Thank you once again, and welcome the Nigeria IATF 2024 Roadshow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Nonye Ayeni CEO and executive chair. Can we celebrate her one more time? NEPC, thank you so much. Thank you. We thank you for driving Nigeria's bold shift toward non-oil export growth and unlocking regional opportunities. Thank you so much. We're looking forward indeed to September. You know, I'm proud to be African, but beyond that, I'm also proud to be woman. You know, just imagine the combination of both. And now imagine being Nigerian. Such a power combination. And it just says, even from the statistics, that entrepreneurs in Nigeria are not relenting, they are not stopping, and we're going for it. So if you ever thought, or you're still considering for a second why you should be at IATF 2025, every year we record even more successes from the previous years. So you can imagine that the combination of the past 3 years will even be nothing compared to what we will record this year. So you definitely have to be a part of it. We have the IATF theme song, and we will play that very shortly. I just need a confirmation that we can play it, or we move on. Okay, we will come back.
It's a new day. It's a new beginning. Higher grounds we're lifting off. Nothing holds us bound. Can you see it? The light of Africa is rising to higher grounds. We're lifting off. Nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Power, Africa, we are strong. One nation to another. See now we stand as one to celebrate our victory, riches and glory of the motherland. And nothing holds us bound. So come on and come on. We call on, oh Africa, come let us build a dream for sky with the bright colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Oh, 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 Africa. Oh, 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 oh. Oh
nothing at all can hold us back. If you are certain, like I am certain, that it's time for Africa to shine, can I hear you say yes? The yeses have it, and that's it. All right, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we'll move on now to take our opening remarks. It is therefore my honor to introduce on stage a distinguished banker and trade finance expert who has been a driving force behind numerous Pan-African trade initiatives. She's widely respected as an unwavering champion of Africa's industrialization and economic integration, leveraging the AfCFTA frameworks to expand regional trade. She has been recognized by Arise News as one of the exceptional women driving impact on the African continent. Please let's make welcome the Executive Vice President, Intra-African Trade, Afreximbank, Mrs. Kanayo Awani. A round of applause for her as she comes up stage to deliver the opening remarks this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Moji. Good morning, everybody. I know Moji has established the protocols this morning, but please permit me to acknowledge the Honorable Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, my dear sister, Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, MFR. In spite of her busy schedule, she's listening in virtually and will speak at some point. Let me also acknowledge His Excellency Hossein Mezoued, Ambassador of the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria in Nigeria. My sister, Nonya Ayeni, Executive Director, Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, Dr. Olasupo Lucy, ably represented by Leonard Kange, and all the senior executives of Bank of Industry that are here, Mr. Abubakar Bello, brother, Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer of Nigerian Export-Import Bank, NEXIM, and the senior executives and staff of NEXIM that are here. Let me also recognize Honorable Folashade Badam Bruce Medebem, Commissioner for Industry, Trade, and Investment here in Lagos. Excellencies, captains of industries, members of the private sector, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to be here this morning in this bustling economic, cultural city of Lagos. And it's no coincidence that we must always come back here in Nigeria for these road shows. A country that continues to lead Africa's trade narrative with ambition, resilience, and unmatched entrepreneurial drive. This roadshow comes on the heels of the highly successful Afreximbank annual meetings that held in Abuja last week. I saw many of you there just a few days ago. And as Professor Rama, our esteemed President and Chairman of the Board of Directors, delivered his report card for his 10-year tenure, I sat proudly, not just because I'm an executive of the bank, but because I'm a daughter of this great country. And when I heard the scale of our impact, especially in Nigeria, it was profoundly affirming. The bank, he said, had disbursed over $52 billion into the Nigerian economy, and it's not just a coincidence. It is a reflection of the sheer tenacity, the resilience, the entrepreneurial dynamism of the Nigerian business people. You have consistently turned capital into value, consistently turned ideas into industry, and consistently turned challenges into opportunity. And I do not say that to flatter you, it is true. Let me at this juncture thank the Honorable Minister for Industry, Trade and Investment, Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, NEPC again, NEXIM, the Bank of Industry, BOI, the Small and Medium Enterprises Development Agency of Nigeria, SMEDAN, and our industry champions, collaborators on this journey, the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, MAN, the Nigerian Automotive Manufacturers Association, NAMA, the Pan-African Manufacturers Association, PAMA, the Federation of West African Chambers of Commerce and Industry, FEWACHI, and the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and NACHIMA as well, for walking this journey with us. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today, Africa finds itself navigating all manner of crises, multiple crises, from the lingering effects of COVID-19 pandemic to climate shocks, food insecurity, energy insecurity, global supply chain disruptions, and mounting debt vulnerabilities. This already fractured and economic trade system is further battered by nationalistic, protectionistic tendencies, as well as wars. What we thought were emerging wars are now becoming actual wars and conflicts, including those of trade and tariffs. These overlapping crises have exposed the fragility of our dependence on external markets and supply routes. But they have also crystallized a powerful truth. Africa can no longer afford to look outward first. We must urgently turn inward, deepen our integration, and build resilient regional value chains that serve African needs with African solutions. Intra-African trade is no longer a developmental aspiration. It is an imperative for survival, for recovery, and long-term prosperity. We need an Africa-first mentality, not as a slogan, but as a deliberate strategic shift to prioritize African production, African capital, and African innovation. That is why today's theme is so apt: harnessing regional and continental value chains, accelerating Africa's industrialization and global competitiveness under the AfCFTA. It is also the reason that Afreximbank has made the successful implementation of the AfCFTA, the backbone of our strategy. We recognize that the trade cannot flourish where barriers exist, whether in the form of tariffs, logistic bottlenecks, regulatory fragmentation, or even lack of access to trade and market information. This is also why the bank is not only financing trade, but we are actively intervening to remove the obstacles that prevent it. We're gathered here to champion one of the most important tools for the implementation of the AfCFTA, the Intra-African Trade Fair 2025. Through IATFs, we are bridging critical market and information gaps. We are connecting buyers and sellers. We are connecting investors to investment opportunities. We are connecting venture capitalists to ventures. We are creating a single continental marketplace where African businesses can discover each other, they can transact, and they can grow together. The IATF has become a platform for solutions. It drives real trade flows, opening access to new markets, accelerating the practical implementation of the AfCFTA. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our data told us one truth. Africans were not trading with one another, not because of a lack of will, but because of lack of market intelligence, connectivity, and structured platforms. Historically, our trade patterns and trade routes were hardwired to the outward, to Europe for machinery, to Asia for textiles, to the Americas for food, and to actually, literally, everywhere in the world we imported from, whatever, wherever. And we ignored what we have at home. For instance, a Ghanaian shoemaker will look to Argentina for leather, while Nigeria, Ethiopia, Burundi overflow with hides. A Senegalese supermarket will stock dairy, as, by the way, all our supermarkets all over the continent will store dairy from Europe, while East Africa leads in milk production. West Africa spends $3 billion every year importing meat from Australia, faraway lands, when Chad, South Sudan, Botswana, Namibia, Mali have surplus livestock, and in fact, even in Nigeria here. One can go on and on, but this, we know, was not accidental. It was a deliberate strategy of colonialism to ensure that Africans do not trade with each other, a strategy of extracting raw materials and dumping manufacturers in return, a strategy that saw economic policy in Africa being reduced to rudimentary procedures of gathering crops and bartering them, and ensuring that countries do not trade with their neighbors. IATF, and in fact, the Intra-African Trade Initiative, and all the initiatives, including the IATF of Afreximbank, including the AfCFTA, is a bold strategy to reverse that. It is a counter-design to reverse centuries of fragmentation and create a Pan-African marketplace to end the era of exporting raw materials. In fact, sometimes what we export is not even a raw material. Think about cocoa. The cocoa beans that is exported is not a raw material. I wish we could even make it into a raw material of something. We have to break the barriers of import dependency. With AfCFTA as a framework and IATF as a marketplace, we must turn our borders into bridges and fragmentation into prosperity. But what does this mean for our country, Nigeria? With its population of over 200 million people, GDP of nearly $500 billion US, it's not just another African country. It has to be a continental anchor. It has to be a driving force behind the AfCFTA. It just has to be. The Nigerian stature, its strategic location, its demographic power, the cultural influence, industrial potential make Nigeria indispensable to Africa's trade integration. I'm glad our partners are all here. They all know that it has to be indispensable to Africa's trade integration. We commend the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for its proactive policies to support trade facilitation. I will just mention a few. They are focused on establishing special economic zones and trade clusters in key hubs, which are geared towards export-oriented manufacturing. Their efforts towards developing trade corridors and digital customs platforms to reduce border bottlenecks. The active promotion, we just heard Ms. Noya and Ayani, the active promotion of non-oil exports through the NEPC Export Expansion Facility Program, which has supported thousands of exporters to access new markets. Intellectual property framework that the government of this country is designing amongst various ministries and parastatals, working with the Afreximbank in designing and ensuring the harmonization of standards, quality infrastructure to ensure that our goods achieve export competitiveness, working with the Afreximbank to support the establishment of the African Trade and Distribution Company, our own export trading company to ensure that we deal with the issues of connectivity across borders, to ensure procurement, aggregation, and distribution of goods such that SMEs, and in fact, MSMEs, don't need to bother about themselves the rigors of cross-border trade. The ATDC will. And as a matter of fact, they then become indirect exporters in the value chain. But beyond policy, the real heroes of Nigeria are the Nigerian entrepreneurs, like the textile producers in Aba in Abia State, now exporting to Ghana and Senegal and various parts of West Africa, the cassava producers or processors in Ogun State, supplying starch to food manufacturers in Côte d'Ivoire, the tech hubs in Lagos, developing applications that are used across the continent today and beyond. These are not anomalies. They are the vanguard of AfCFTA in action. These stories are proof that regional value chains are not theoretical. They are being built right now by Nigerians who refuse to be constrained. It is precisely to amplify and accelerate these kinds of success stories that we created the IATF at Afreximbank. It's just 3 editions. It has achieved what we thought was aspirational: $100 billion in trade and investment deals, more than 70,000 participants, almost 5,000 exhibitors from across 130 countries. This is not a conference. It is not even an exhibition. It's a trade engine designed to connect our producers, unlock demand, and operationalize the promise of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. And in every edition, whether it is in Cairo, Durban, Cairo again, beyond, Nigeria has not just participated. I think Noye said it. Nigeria has led. At IATF 2023 alone, Nigerian enterprises generated over $11 billion in signed deals, the highest of any country. Thank you. Nigerians always show up. I know you will show up again. Nigeria delivers. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at Afreximbank, we have committed $40 billion. And the reason I'm saying this is that people will ask, okay, you go and get the trade, what is next? You do the engagements, the investment, the trade deals. So I'm saying to you that we've committed $40 billion to intra-African trade financing. And by the end of our strategic, current strategic plan in 2026, we are financing everything as long as there is legitimate trade involved. We're financing petroleum and fertilizer. We're financing the refineries in the Gulf of Guinea. We are financing logistics hubs. I just mentioned about the work we're doing with the Africa Trade and Distribution Company. We are financing fashion brands. A few days ago, I was in Paris, where we set up a pop-up shop for the summer period in Galeries Lafayette in Paris. People who know Paris well will know that it's a highbrow shopping complex. And in fact, the day after I got there, Beyonce's mother was there. And in that pop-up, in that arrangement, we have in Nigeria, Nigerians and other countries housed in a pop-up arena in that shopping complex. That's the list of I just highlighted it. We do so much more to finance the creative and cultural industry in Nigeria and elsewhere. It's also the reason this is also the reason, just because we're committed to it, that we specifically, together with our partners, Nigerian Export-Import Bank and NEPC, we introduced the Nigeria Africa Trade and Investment Promotion Program. That program was developed deliberately with intentionality to support Nigeria Africa trade in goods, in services, and investments. Our initial commitment to that arrangement was $1 billion. We stand ready to increase it whenever it runs out. That's a promise to the Nigerian people. Today's roadshow, Excellencies, distinguished guests, will provide you all, especially the business community, with critical information on IATF 2025, its relevance to the Africa's transformation and integration ambitions, and it will provide details of participation. I just want to highlight a few as I begin to close, a few salient points. Well, you've already heard that it will hold between the 4th to 10th of September. It is taking place under the theme Gateway to New Opportunities, and it will seek to spotlight Africa's trade and investment opportunities as presented by the AfCFTA. It will include a 7-day conference, and I think there will be more detailed information later on in the program today, a 4-day trade and investment forum featuring leading African and international speakers. In addition to the exhibition and the forum, as I mentioned, there will be expectedly, a fair for the creatives. So this is like a fair within a fair. It will have its own trade and investment program. It will have its own exhibition. It will have its own capacity building programs and also artistic expressions. We'll also have an automotive show within the show, as we saw in the video, which will provide a platform for automotive manufacturers, assemblers, original equipment manufacturers, and components suppliers, just to advance the auto sector in Africa. We cannot talk about industrialization ignoring the automotive sector. We have country days, special days dedicated to the public, to the countries, public-private sectors, to showcase trade and investment opportunities, as well as their tourism and cultural attractions. And by the way, one of the special days will be the work we are doing in the industrialization space around industrial parks and export processing zones, and the work we are doing around the Africa Quality Assurance Centers for Quality Infrastructure. Of course, people know that we have made our forays into the diaspora. We have liberated the ambitions of our forebears through our interventions in the diaspora. And we will be having a Global Africa Day as well, with all the full package of the trade fair. We'll have B2Bs as well, B2G platforms, business exchanges, and this will be supported by a dedicated African buyers program. We're deliberate about bringing buyers to the trade fair. And what we do is to try and seek out those buyers who are traveling across the world to Shenzhen, Guangzhou, everywhere else, to see how we can redirect their supplies or sources of products to Africa, so that we can promote intra-African trade and made in Africa products. We also have a startup program under the auspices of the African Union for the young people, young startups, program that will showcase innovative ideas and prototypes. And for the first time this year, we introduced an African Research and Innovation Hub, and we even launched a pitch program for innovation. This is targeting the African academia and natural researchers to exhibit their innovations and research projects. I also want to talk about the African Sub-Sovereign Networks. This is to promote trade, investments, educational and cultural exchanges, and effective engagement between African sub-regions. This will be the 4th edition as well, and again, it is also in the context of the AfCFTA that we try to devolve certain authorities, certain empowerment to the states. We're also taking IATF to Africa and the world through our virtual platform, which will allow exhibitors to showcase their products and services and engage potential clients in a digital environment. The virtual trade fair continues even after the 7-day physical activity. Let me close with a quote from Professor Ali Mazrui. He says, Africa produces what it does not consume and consumes what it does not produce. And I.B. Quick also alluded to that in her poem when she said, Africa is not poor, it is poorly connected. Africa is not behind, it is becoming. So, IATF is an opportunity to change that thing about producing what we don't consume and consuming what we don't produce. I don't even know what that is all about. People should produce and should consume. And it's an opportunity to change that paradigm, to ensure that we find new markets within the continent, trade what we have produced, allowing for the consumption of our own goods and services. Let's use the IATF 2025 as a launch pad for a new era of African self-reliance, shared prosperity, and an Africa-first mentality, as I mentioned before. It is that platform of IATF has become Africa's marketplace of possibilities. I have witnessed it. I urge you to mobilize your teams, your partners wherever they are, your organizations, association members, and come and experience Algiers. Thank you very much. God bless you. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. God bless our beloved continent. And see you all in Algiers.
Please sustain that applause till she gets to her seats. Passionately delivered. Little wonder why, she gets all the accolades she's getting. Extremely passionate about industrialization and promoting intra-African trade. Thank you so much, Executive Vice President Afreximbank. Thank you for your passionate delivery this morning, even as we warm up to Intra-African Trade Fair happening in Algeria in September. Thank you so much. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we take the keynote address today, let me tender the unreserved apologies of His Excellency, the Secretary General of the AfCFTA, who is unavoidably absent. He would have loved to be here, but he has pressing issues that has to be attended to. However, he sends his best regards and kind wishes to us at the roadshow today. But of course, will be a part of the IATF 2025. Now, moving on very quickly, we will take the keynote address. And we're thankful for technology because although she is not physically here, she's tuned in virtually and she'll be delivering her keynote address today. She is a renowned policy reformer, a trailblazer, and a legal expert with a track record of championing business climate reforms and trade facilitation. Ladies and gentlemen, please let us give a resounding applause as we now receive on the screen the Honorable Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, MFR. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much indeed
for the kind invitation. I hope you can all hear me and see me.
Yes, loud and clear.
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, excellent. Excellent. I'm really happy that technology is not failing us today. So the Executive Vice President of Intra-African Trade at Afreximbank, my dear sister, Mrs. Kanayo Awani, the driving force behind the IATF experiment, which has become such a huge success for this continent, and daughter of the soil of Nigeria, Nigeria. We're extremely proud of you for all you do for the global stage. Mr. Gainmore Zanamwe, another brother I met just not too long ago, Director of Trade Facilitation and Investment Promotion of Afreximbank, and a real champion of this initiative. The entire leadership of the IATF, and it's a pleasure to see you all again in Lagos, Nigeria. And I know you've been on the road for quite a while. Really, really glad that this was able to happen. The ED of NEPC, Mrs. Nonye Ayeni, I listened to Mrs. Awani's speech with just what is the other agencies from the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment represented here today. The Honorable Commissioner responsible for Commerce, amongst other things, Government of Lagos State, Mrs. Folashade Ambrose Modibe, a true collaborator and partner with the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, and your other colleagues from the Executive Council of Lagos State Government. Thank you for your commitment to this enterprise and standing by the federal government and the Afreximbank as we promote intra-African trade. We all know the position of Lagos State in Africa's economy. Indefatigable organized private sector. I know that the presidents of Nasima, MAN in the room, DGs also, other organized private sector here with us today. Thank you for being there. Captains of industry, diplomats and friends of Nigeria, particularly His Excellency, the Ambassador of Algeria to Nigeria. Thank you for being there today. And it will be remiss of me not to mention the fourth realm, our media friends and partners. So ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I can see some of you, not all of you, so please permit me if I've omitted anyone that I really should have recognized. I'm delighted to join you virtually for this important gathering ahead of the Intra-African Trade Fair 2025, holding from the 4th to 10th of September in the Mediterranean city of Algiers, Algeria. It's a city rich in history, culture, and architectural beauty. I, for one, will be visiting for the first time, and I really can't wait. Let me begin by congratulating the ICF team, Afreximbank, the African Union Commission, and the AfCFTA Secretariat for putting together what continues to be a world-class platform for African trade, investment, and creative engagement. It's the largest of its kind in Africa. I also seize this opportunity to congratulate President Benedict Orama, GCON, on the remarkable success achieved under his tenure and leadership. His vision has left an enduring legacy in advancing African trade. And I extend my heartfelt congratulations to Mr. George Elombi on his appointment and warmly welcome him as he steps into this critical role. We look forward to continued progress and innovation under his leadership as we deepen regional trade and economic integration across the continent. The administration of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, is committed to driving the Renewed Hope agenda and championing regional integration as a pathway to prosperity. Though unfortunately I'm unable to be with you in person today, I am excited by the incredible momentum already being built towards Algiers 2025. Today, Africa is trading more within itself. Intra-African trade exports grew by over 13% last year, supported by new trade corridors and the initial success of the AfCFTA Guided Trade Initiative. Nigerian businesses are already active participants, exporting ceramics, garments, pharmaceuticals, and agro-products across the continent. In West Africa, Nigeria emerged as the region's largest intra-African trading country, as trade with the rest of Africa expanded to reach approximately $18.4 billion in 2024, up from just $8.1 billion in 2023. At the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment and its agency, NEPC, represented right there by the woman of the moment in charge of non-oil exports in Nigeria, we've been at the helm of driving the acceleration and diversification of Nigeria's non-oil exports. Just last month, in partnership with UNDP and Uganda Airlines, the FMITI launched Nigeria's first intra-African air cargo corridor, connecting Abuja and Lagos to 13 Eastern and Southern African economies, significantly lowering freight rates by up to 50% and enabling faster delivery of cosmetics, agro-processing, and fashion goods to Uganda, Kenya, South Africa, just in our maiden flight. In the same month, we also unveiled an AfCFTA market intelligence tool co-developed with UNDP, providing sector-specific trade insights across 13 African markets. This tool offers exporters data on tariffs, standards, packaging, regulations, shipping routes, buyer trends, and more in high-growth sectors like agribusiness, cosmetics, and textile. The Agro Corridor and Intelligence Tool together address the logistics and information gaps that have historically held intra-African trade at bay. This is especially relevant in services. According to UNDP's Africa service exports could double in the coming years, driven by digital trade, fintech, professional services, creative content, and e-commerce, sectors where Nigerian businesses already lead. I'm excited that Africa is trading more, and Nigeria is leading that shift. I could tell you a lot about what we're doing with Afreximbank, but I think that has been covered by the ED and also by the VP. So in the interest of time, I'll just say that it is time for Nigerian enterprises to seize these tangible pathways, trade corridors, digital tools, continental frameworks, and make AfCFTA a lived reality in their strategies. To our Nigerian manufacturers, SMEs, creatives, exporters, and service providers, I say this with all sincerity: include access to markets in your definition of success. Think regionally, think continentally. The AfCFTA is no longer a concept. It is a real and unfolding marketplace of over 1.4 billion people. This is the time to ask, how can I serve as a regional or continental market? What value chains can I plug into? What barriers can I proactively solve for, from standards to logistics? The ministry and its agencies are working to make that journey easier. We're streamlining trade processes, promoting market access, and equipping the private sector with information and tools to scale cross-border. As we talk about expanding our mindsets and unlocking new markets, we must recognize the creative economy as a serious trade frontier. Platforms such as Canex, led by Afreximbank, are providing that African culture. They're proving that African culture is bankable, not just beautiful. From fashion to film to music to publishing to food, Nigerian creatives are already exporting stories and style across the continent. Canex is helping to turn that cultural power into real trade and investment, and we must lean all the way into it. At FMITI, we are working to launch Nigeria's National Intellectual Property Policy and Strategy in the recent soon, which will be a game changer for creators and innovators. That's happening next month. IP is a strategic enabler for trade, and as we mobilize our IP ecosystem, we are strengthening the backbone for licensing, royalties, franchising, and digital content exports. Nigeria's fashion, film, music, and content industries are high-value exports, and culture is commerce. And I speak to this in the context of Canex and why we're here today. Our ministry is working with partners like Afreximbank, Nexim, BOI, and of course, NEPC to expand across access to trade finance, to equip SMEs to meet continental standards, to de-risk regional export transactions, to support special economic zones as production and export hubs. We're also expanding the reach of AfCFTA National Action Committee to ensure that Nigerian businesses understand the protocols, benefits, and pathways to market. And that is in the coordination context of our AfCFTA Central Coordination Committee. My message today is simple. Take advantage. This moment was made for Nigerian businesses across goods and services, manufacturing, media, trade, tech. I urge every business leader and aspiring exporter to register for IATF today. Join the deal rooms and B2B events. Leverage the finance tools available. Use this platform to form lasting partnerships across Africa. Don't miss the deadline. Don't miss getting your documentation, your visas. Don't miss shipping your goods. Time is truly of essence. The world is watching. Africa is rising. Nigeria is showing up strong. We won the best pavilion last time. Let's do it again. Let's lead with confidence, with clarity, and with collaboration. So in closing, again, I thank the organizers once again for this platform and wish all participants a fruitful day of dialogue and discovery. Thank you to the IATF team for stopping by in Lagos, Nigeria, and see you all at Algiers. I wouldn't miss it, surely. Thank you for your attention. Good morning.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, MFR, the Honorable Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment. Thank you for prioritizing this gathering, regardless of your very busy schedule. Another round of applause for her, please. Thank you. And thank you for the great work that you continue to do for Nigeria and across Nigeria to ensure that Nigeria is positioned globally on the scale and on the map of global economics. Thank you very much. We'll take a quick picture before we have our next presentation and our panel conversation. I'd like to invite on stage again Executive Vice President Mrs. Kanayo Awani. A round of applause for her, please. Thank you very much. I'd also like to invite on stage the Ambassador of the People's Republic of Algeria to Nigeria, His Excellency Hussein Mizwood. A round of applause for him as he comes up stage. I would like to invite on stage the Executive Director and Chief Executive Officer of NEPC, Mrs. Noye Ayeni, and Mr. Abubakar Bello, the Managing Director and CEO of Nexim. A round of applause for them. Thank you. After this first picture, I would ask center stage, please. Thank you. After this, I would invite all of our dignitaries on the front row seats, our panelists, eminent discussants who join us after this first shot. Then I'll invite all of our eminent discussants to join the next picture. Then we'll have the IATF team. So IATF team, please be prepared. You'll join the third picture. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we hope that so far you have been convinced that you must be a part of the Intra-African Trade Fair happening in the beautiful city of Algiers in Algeria. All right, can we have all of our very distinguished speakers, panelists, discussants, thank you very much. All the guests on the front row seat, please come up stage to be a part of this picture. Thank you. After this shot, they will be joined by the IATF team. Please get ready. Members of the IATF team, please get ready. You'll join the picture. Press and media, once you have it, please give me a thumbs up. Make sure this is a wide shot, so once you have it, give me a thumbs up, and then we would have the members of the IATF team join the picture. This is now a large family photo as we have members of the IATF team join the picture as well. Very well done. We're looking forward to an exciting trade fair in the beautiful, colorful city of Algiers in Algeria. Press and media, we hope you can see everyone. When you have the shot, please give me a thumbs up so we can allow our guests return to their seats. Thank you. All right, thank you very much. Thank you so much. All right, thank you very much. Without wasting any further time, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have curated a very special video to show you, and it's about the Creative Africa Nexus and the transformative work that is being done across the continent through Afreximbank support for Africa's vibrant creative industries. So what this video will show you is from the value chain development to job creation, and a lot more. But this is just a glimpse of what is to come and, of course, what we have done so far. So again, please let's focus our attention to the multimedia screen as we show you this very special video. Thank you.
Next weekend 2024.
Afreximbank, we are deliberate in our drive towards the continued expansion of global Africa through trade, investment, and development of the cultural and creative sectors. Together, as Africans, we're a collective force, united in our diversity, driven by the richness of our cultures, and bound by a shared purpose. The purpose to create a better world for ourselves and for the generations to come. Our destiny is firmly in our hands. Welcome to Next weekend. Welcome to Algiers. Welcome to Algeria. I thank you and God bless you all.
This week we have had the opportunity of closing deals. We have had the opportunity of networking, engaging in all matters related to the African and Caribbean creative economies.
We were molded from this land. Our skins are molten mountain rocks painted onto our flesh. We are one with this land. We are this land.
Afreximbank has been doing an amazing job in advocating for the creative industries, and I really commend it to them because they took a chance on us. Afreximbank came in, shed light on us, put in their money, and now they're even making other people look at the creative industries like, oh wow, this is an industry worth investing in.
Since its debut 4 years ago, the Canex Weekend and the associated Canex at Intra-African Trade Fair have become important events in the calendar of global Africa's creative industry. Canex Weekend is an essential prelude to the 4th Intra-African Trade Fair, which will be held in this beautiful city in September next year.
Statement is what art should make, whether you dance, act, recite, or paint.
So I'm right there at Canex event, and it's super amazing. It's been absolutely fantastic.
I'm just excited to be a part of it. I understand the vision. I'm obsessed with the vision. I'm obsessed with the females in front, and you know, it's inspiring. I love it.
I'm so excited. I'm just meeting so many amazing people and women. So many amazing women. It's so inspiring, and I just really love what Canex is doing.
Thank you, Canex, for making my dreams come true.
Being here and being a part of the experience is superb.
It's a very much needed essential, really.
I think it's very essential. We've seen the growth and the shift.
It's really time for Africa to shine, to take charge and take our stand.
I believe in Africa. I believe that we can build something great with the culture.
The most important thing was just connecting with each other, you know, at that level, as artists, as people.
All these people I don't know, there's so much love and positive energy in the room.
It will create that unity within among Africans.
We are one people, we are one humanity, coming together as Africans, drawing energy from each other, creatives. For me, that energy takes us back to the very essence of humanity, of where we come from as humans.
I think Afreximbank deserves a round of applause for that. Because for someone like me who plays in the entertainment and creative sector, this is absolutely incredible, because growing up as a child, I mean, if you're not a lawyer, doctor, banker, then you have failed. But spotlighting an industry that is contributing significantly to not just Nigeria, but Africa is absolutely laudable. So indeed, we thank and celebrate Afreximbank for Canex. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on very quickly, and we would have our first panel conversation. That panel conversation focuses on bridging the trade finance gap, unlocking capital for intra-African trade. But before we constitute the panel, we have a presentation that will start the panel, and then we will have the panel conversation. To make the presentation, I'm honored to bring up on stage the Director, Trade Facilitation and Investment Promotion at Afreximbank, Dr. Gainmore Zanamwe. A round of applause for him, please. He'll be speaking to us on products and initiatives of Afreximbank in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my sister, and I will basically stand on existing protocol, and I'm told that was actually originated by Nigeria. So it's very good that I'm going to present some of the things that are already well known by most of you, and most of the issues have been covered. But I want to make sure that for those business people that are still in doubt, the doubting Thomas, that are not fully convinced that Afreximbank has got all the tools that you need for trade, I'll take some time just to highlight some of the trade facilitation initiatives that we have actually developed to complement the financing that my Executive Vice President talked about the 52 billion that has been put in Nigeria, and also the 40 billion that we are putting to support intra-African trade. For those to actually work, we are also working on the other side, which is the facilitation, to ensure that we remove the barriers that will be impacting or inhibiting intra-African trade. The numbers of intra-African trade that are very low that we have been seeing are largely as a result of these barriers that I'm going to talk about. So I will not spend much time on the background about the bank. I'll leave the slides with you. But I want to actually highlight that the context behind these initiatives that I'm going to talk about is hinged on our strategic plan, which has got these three key pillars: create, connect, and deliver. This is basically where we bring in some of the interventions that will create the capacity for production, and then once goods are produced, we'll then connect those goods to the market and ensure that we've got a cost-effective and efficient logistic mechanism to ensure that intra-African trade actually takes place. So that's the overall context for our initiative. You already know more about the AfCFTA, and the Honorable Minister also said something about the AfCFTA. What I just want to do is to probably highlight one key statistic for your information. Intra-African trade has not been taking place to the desired levels that we would like 60% for Europe, more than 40% for Asia. It's largely because we've been too much dependent on exporting raw products and processed minerals and importing goods that are actually manufactured elsewhere, in most cases using our resources. So at Afreximbank, we are trying to change this narrative and also focus on replacing some of those products that can be produced here in Nigeria by the Manufacturers Association that can actually be traded throughout the continent. So if you look at some of these products, take for example the pharmaceutical products. We are importing more than 96% of those products, but there's an opportunity for the continent to actually develop the pharmaceutical sector. We can produce the active pharmaceutical ingredients using our biodiversity resources, our traditional knowledge. We need to tap into that and actually build this sector. You can also talk about meat. My Vice President talked about the meat that is coming from all over, from Latin America. So we can actually focus on import substitution. And at Afreximbank, we've been putting the tools to try and actually achieve that. We know that we have now 49 countries that have ratified the AfCFTA. They are ready to implement the agreement, and we are now coming in as Afreximbank with our facilitation interventions that I'll talk about in a bit to support these countries that are ready to trade under the AfCFTA. And Nigeria is also one of the key country that we are supporting, and I'm really impressed about the progress that has actually been made by Nigeria towards promoting trade with other African countries, where you've now moved to 4th place and in terms of intra-African trade, and Africa is actually your top market. This is something that is actually laudable. So let me now quickly move on to some of the strategic initiatives. I'll just skip some of these. I want to talk about the adjustment fund. This is a facility that we actually put in place in collaboration with the AfCFTA Secretariat. This initiative was actually requested by the AU heads of states, and Afreximbank did not waste time because we believe in the AfCFTA. We worked with the AfCFTA Secretariat, established this $10 billion adjustment fund. What it does is basically three things. It helps countries that are trying to adjust to the liberalization under the AfCFTA. When you are reducing tariffs, you may incur some short-term disruptions. So the fund will be used to compensate those that may lose revenue in the short term. The other window of the fund, which we call the credit fund, basically provides commercial capital, commercial funding to the business people in this room. If you need funding to retool, to reskill, to participate in the regional value chains, which is basically the key theme of this roadshow, you can actually come to the adjustment fund. We will probably meet during the B2B, give you details about the application modalities so that you can utilize the resources under the credit fund. It's already operational. We actually did the first disbursement this year. There is also a general fund which supports infrastructure and industrialization, because at the heart of the AfCFTA, we believe that we will not be able to move a needle under the AfCFTA unless we focus on industrialization and the development of regional value chains. So the general fund will actually provide support to put in place the requisite infrastructure that we need for us to be able to industrialize. And let me now move on to the next initiative. Infrastructure is also a major issue that we are tackling. We know that right now in the continent, most of the goods are moving by the roads, but they are not supposed to be on the roads. And most of those roads are in poor condition. They are basically congested. And in some areas, you also have those most powerful people who are manning those roads who will not even allow the goods to move, even if the roads are smooth. So these are some of the barriers that we see in intra-African trade. And we also have the tools that we are using to facilitate trade through policy advocacy to ensure that there's free movement of goods. But most importantly, we are also working on intra-African maritime routes. We believe that this is the most efficient way of moving goods throughout the continent. We have been collaborating with Nexim on the Sea Link initiative. I think we need to do more of this initiative to utilize our internal waterways to move the goods throughout the continent. And I also want to talk about some of the things that are normally forgotten. When people talk of infrastructure, there is a tendency to focus on hard infrastructure, forgetting the oil that lubricate this hard infrastructure, which is basically the need for customs harmonization and coordination of all the border agencies, basically through a single window. That is very important to ensure that there are efficiencies at the borders. Afreximbank is working with the AfCFTA Secretariat and some of our partners to actually introduce single windows and digital borders. We believe that we can utilize technology to ensure that goods can actually move in a seamless manner. We believe that now with technology and artificial intelligence, in future, goods will not be transported, but they will be transmitted. But we need to be ready to harness the relevant technology that should allow our borders to become smart. And it is also important to build one-stop border posts. These are also important in the sense that you can actually have two countries working side by side, but collaborating to ensure that you cut the red tape. And that will actually help to move goods in a smooth way in the continent and support the AfCFTA. So I've already covered the border markets initiative. I want to briefly talk about also what we are doing in the space of technology to break down the barriers that are inhibiting intra-African trade. We have put in place the Africa Trade Gateway, which will help us to actually remove some of those barriers. I will not cover all the key elements, but we've got MANSA, which deals with KYC. We also have got TRADA, which basically utilizes artificial intelligence to predict supply chains and connect the relevant people in the supply chain. We also have the Africa Trade Exchange, which is backed by the AfCFTA rules of origin, which can actually be used to connect buyers and sellers. And most importantly, we have the big one, the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, which will allow us to be able to trade in our own local currencies, which will help us to save about 5 billion United States dollars in transaction costs. We have just launched the PAPS card during our annual meetings, and right now we have more than 160 commercial banks that are already using PAPS and 16 central banks. So there's progress that is being made, and this is one of the instruments that has also been endorsed by the AU, and it's one of the key instruments we are using to facilitate intra-African trade under the AfCFTA. And right now we actually have a lot of trade that is not taking place because we don't have Forex. So with PAPS, we'll be able to actually liberate that trade and ensure that you don't have to wait for Forex for Nigeria to trade with Egypt. And there's actually scope for Nigeria, in my view, to collaborate more with Algeria. You both have got oil. You can actually collaborate and ensure that all the crude oil that Nigeria and Algeria have is processed in the continent and used to supply the continent. So the automotive strategy is also another important initiative. But I've always been asking myself, why is Nigeria not playing at the same level as South Africa or Morocco when it comes to the automotive industry? I've consulted the policy players, I've consulted the OEMs, and one of the key issues that they've actually pointed out is the lack of a comprehensive automotive policy in Nigeria. This is the consistent message that is coming from a number of OEMs that want to come to Nigeria, but they're actually saying it is important to have an automotive policy that is similar to what Morocco has, similar to what South Africa has, similar to what Ghana has put in place. The bank supported the development of this policy. We understand that there's a bill that is now being deliberated upon to address some of those challenges. But the analysis we also did when we worked with the AfCFTA Secretariat developing the continental automotive strategy, we actually noticed that Africa is being used as a dumping ground for second-hand vehicles. Some try to sanitize those vehicles by calling them pre-loved vehicles, as if Africa is not capable of showing first love. We believe that in Africa, we should be able to actually manufacture our own vehicles. Currently, Nigeria is missing because we don't have a policy, but I believe that if you fix the policy, you can actually surpass what South Africa is doing. Because you have got the domestic market, you can actually work with South Africa in a partnership. They can also provide the skills. I also believe that if we want to increase the demand, we need to deal with two fundamental issues. One, deal with the issue of second-hand vehicles, because the current volumes of cars that are being produced right now is about 1 million. But by 2035, we want to get to 5 million, more or less at the same level as India. To be able to do that on the continent, you need about 10 to 15 plants. And I believe Nigeria should actually be a key hub for some of these automotive assembly plants where you'll be doing real manufacturing of cars. So this is a key sector, and during IATF, we will also be bringing all the OEMs, all the component manufacturers to talk about the automotive sector and look at the effective policies that can actually support the development of this sector, which I believe will be a key game changer and a key catalyst for the AfCFTA. So if we move on to the next initiative, this is another important, on the soft infrastructure side, it's an important initiative that will facilitate the movement of goods in the continent. And you can actually picture a truck moving from where we are, Lagos, to Benin, Togo, via Ghana, all the way to Abidjan. What is happening right now under the ECOWAS Transit Guarantee Scheme is that at each and every border, you have to stop and post a transit bond. At Afreximbank, we actually realized that this is not effective. Some of the key players will come to the bank, we give them financing through loans, and then we see this money going down this hole because of these costs that people face when they are trying to cross borders. We developed this transit guarantee scheme, which will facilitate the movement of goods with a single technology-enabled bond. And when it's actually implemented at the continental level, we are going to save 300 million United States dollars in terms of transit costs, and we will significantly reduce the cost of moving goods on the continent. And we've actually backed this facility with a 1 billion facility from Afreximbank. We are working with the AfCFTA Secretariat and our partner, ZEPRE, the reinsurer, to ensure that we provide cheap bonds to all the clearing and freight forwarders, primary sureties who need to use bonds and move goods throughout the continent in an effective way. So I will not talk about some of these initiatives. They've already been mentioned. The Africa Quality Assurance Center. I will probably skip this one and maybe highlight some of the things that we are doing in the area of industrialization. We are working on putting in place industrial parks. I think the slides are no longer moving. I'll just talk about on this without. So we're also working on putting in place industrial parks to complement the efforts under the AfCFTA. What we've been doing is to actually provide the infrastructure that is needed to ensure that we can focus on value addition, manufacturing, and we've been doing this in a number of countries, Benin, Togo, Chad, Gabon. We've got industrial parks that are already operating. The bank invested about $1 billion to support those parks. We've got a huge pipeline of about 9 industrial parks that we are working on, and Nigeria is a big player where we are also doing industrial parks, and this is, from our perspective, a practical way of supporting the AfCFTA by producing those goods that we can actually trade under the AfCFTA. So there are many other initiatives, but due to time, I will not focus on all of them, but highlight the fact that at Afreximbank, we are here to support you as business people. There are other initiatives that we are working on in terms of harmonization of standards, which are very important. We've harmonized the standards in a number of sectors, including automotive, industry, not only to deal with the various standards that are affecting the production, because you have a situation whereby you have some of the cars, they are coming from Asia, some are coming from Europe, and even in one car, you see components that sometimes there's a Toyota engine, the board is probably Nissan. So when you have got that chaos, you will not be able to create a viable industry. You need to harmonize standards. We are also getting into harmonization of fuel standards, such that the refineries in Africa that produce quality fuel will be able to actually produce the fuel and trade it throughout the continent. And we will be using the Africa Trade and Distribution Company, as the Vice President mentioned, to distribute some of those products. You can actually literally see intra-African trade increasing if we implement this initiative under the Africa Trade and Distribution Company, because that will allow us to be able to provide the logistics support to carry products that are made here in Nigeria. It could be fuel, it could be fertilizer, all the way to Southern Africa, to Walvis Bay, and then bring the products that are produced from Southern Africa to Nigeria and other West African countries. So these are some of the practical initiatives that we are implementing to support the AfCFTA and ensure that we remove all the barriers that are inhibiting us from trading with each other and creating the much needed jobs for our young people, most of them who are actually dying trying to cross the Mediterranean. We believe that the AfCFTA is now our shock absorber, which is going to help us even to deal with some of these global crises that we are seeing, including the tariff war that we are seeing. So we believe that the AfCFTA is not only a panacea, but it is a practical solution that is going to redeem our dignity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gainmore Zenamwe, for your detailed presentation. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will now move on to our panel conversation. But just before then, I'd like to specially recognize the Honorable Commissioner in the Ministry of Industry, Trade, Investment, and Private Sector Development from Niger State, the Power State, Mr. Aminu Suleiman Takuma. Thank you very much for joining us this morning, now afternoon. Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner, for lending your voice to this cause. But we also know and we're confident that Niger State will be fully represented in Algeria come September 2025. I'll start by introducing the moderator for this panel conversation. When I do, please give her a round of applause. Mojibade Shosoya. That's me. Thank you. All right, so I will now bring up on stage the eminent members of this conversation as we go further to dissect bridging the trade finance gap, unlocking capital for intra-African trade. I'll start by bringing up, and now in no particular order, I'll start by inviting on stage the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Bank of Industry, Dr. Olasupo Olusi, who today is represented by the Special Advisor to the Managing Director and CEO, Mr. Leonard Kange. A round of applause for him. Thank you very much. I'd also like to invite on stage the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Nigeria Export-Import Bank, Nexim, Mr. Abubakar Bello. A round of applause for him. Thank you. Also joining this panel, we have the President, Pan-African Manufacturers Association and Executive Director, Dangote Group, Engineer Mansour Ahmed. A round of applause for him. Thank you. We also have joining this panel the Executive Secretary, Nigeria AfCFTA Coordination Office, Mr. Olusegun Awolowo Jr., who is represented by Franca Achimugu, Director Strategy and Planning. Thank you very much. And finally, and certainly not the least, to join this panel, I'd like to bring up on stage A.T. Mbonge, Regional Chief Operating Officer, Anglophone West Africa at Afreximbank. A round of applause for him as he joins this conversation. Thank you. All right, before we start, can we give a round of applause to all of my panelists? Thank you very much. Please don't be tired. Thank you. All right, thank you very much. Now, like I stated earlier, we'll be speaking on bridging the finance gap, unlocking capital for intra-African trade. Let me start by making this and just establishing this. We do have a trade finance gap that is estimated at $120 billion. And so what this panel will do, will examine financing solutions for intra-African trade. Without wasting any further time, we'll get started with the conversation. I think when we're looking at challenges, we should do a root cause analysis and find out why there is that gap. So my first question is, what do you think are the root causes of Africa's trade finance gap, and how do they specifically affect intra-African trade? Let me start with Mr. Leonard Kange.
Thank you very much, Moji, for this, for handling this panel. I would also like to thank the Afreximbank for all the good work they have been doing on intra-Africa trade. It's wonderful to see all the achievements that they have done. Now, when you're talking about the huge gap that in financing that is available for intra-African trade, a number of things are responsible for this gap. I think the very first one is looking at African countries. There are challenges, fiscal challenges, there are perceptions of risk, where if you want to raise money, for instance, internationally, they look at what is your country risk rating. If you are an enterprise or a company that is located within that country, there's also the other thing that the rating agencies use, which they call it the country ceiling. What that means is that it doesn't matter how well you do as an industry, so long as you're located in that country, you're subject to that ceiling, which is the rating that has been provided for that country. And to the extent that you have other challenges, there are other things like budget challenges and debt challenges, etc., particularly with COVID and the impact that has happened on the continent. What has happened is that you're seeing countries being downgraded because unemployment, there are fiscal challenges, and all of those things. This is a vicious cycle because why do I say that? You need to raise these kinds of capital, 120 billion annually. Where are you going to find that money? And when you find that money, it has to be the right kind of financing, because you have industries that need to produce. And one of the key challenges with that is that you have a situation where, I think it was Aliko Dangote at one of the panel discussions where he said, every time you export raw materials, you are exporting jobs. And when you import finished goods, you are importing poverty. So this is one of the key paradoxes that we have. It's been said here repeatedly, we need to produce. We need to develop our MSMEs. We need to support our women-led businesses, youth-led businesses, etc. And one of the key challenges for that is being able to add value rather than keep sending raw materials abroad. Because what happens is, if you do that, first they take the raw materials, they take it outside the country, they go and add value to it, create jobs in their own countries, then they ship the finished goods back to the country and they sell it to you at multiples of the prices they paid when they were taking the raw materials out. This cannot continue. So these are some of the key challenges that are causing this gap. Now, at Bank of Industry, we recognized this. And so what we have done is to see how we can raise capital that is sustainable, is cost-effective for the right tenors to support industries. Because our job is to help add value, help industries to add value so that rather than exporting raw materials, you add value to export or to produce finished goods, which are then used in the local market and also exported. These are some of the key things that we need to do. Now, for you to support industry and help industries to grow, you need capital that is very patient, at least 5 to 7 to 8 years. 2, it has to be priced very right, as in single digits, low cost capital. Because think about it, if you are an industry and you want to, say, put in another manufacturing line or expand or grow your business, and you have a project that you want to implement, and let's say you apply, in Nigeria, average interest rates are what, about 25%, 30%, etc. You apply 30% to that project. Tenor, maybe 2-3 years, because anything higher than that is difficult to find. By the time you apply those indices, that business, that project is dead on arrival, because there's no way you can sustain that kind of debt. So our focus has been to raise money that is at least 7 to 8 years, if not more. And how do you do that? You go to the international market to raise money. They will tell you, oh, Nigeria rating as at until March, Nigeria rating was CAA1. That is not investment grade. So if you're raising money, what happens? They will look at that rating and then price it accordingly, which means you're looking at about double-digit pricing. Now, as a state-owned enterprise, if you go there to say, okay, Nigeria is giving me a guarantee, I want to raise the money, they will price you at what Nigeria is being priced, plus a premium. So you're talking about 13-14%. How can you deploy that money? So you have this vicious cycle where you have all these causative factors that are causing problems. So we have to innovate. We have to find innovative ways to de-risk the country so that we can actually be able to raise the money required. And what did we, how have we done that? We've worked with multilateral agencies, etc., in order to get credit enhancements and other de-risking mechanisms to support our capital raising. I'll just use one example of our most recent capital raising, which closed last year. We were able to go to the market and raise about 2 billion euro from the international market. And we were able to do that at a fraction of what we would have had to pay. We were able to raise that money at Euribor plus 1.2%, sorry, 1.7%. Now, Euribor is at about 3% or thereabouts. So you're talking about 5%, when you would have had to pay 12, 13, 14%. So these are some of the things that we've had to do, and we deploy that money to support the industry. We're not a profit-driven institution. We're measured by impact. How many jobs did you create? How many raw materials, backward integration, forward integration, etc. These are the way, the indices that actually drive our impact reporting.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Can we celebrate Mr. Leonard, please? Thank you. Thank you. You've answered my next question, so I'll just move straight to Mr. Abubakar Bello, who is Managing Director and CEO of Afreximbank. Mr. Bello, Nexim has been a strong proponent of regional trade corridors. So my question to you is, how are you financing trade-enabling infrastructure in these corridors?
Thank you, Moji. It's a pleasure to be here. Let me also join Leonard to thank Afreximbank on what they've been doing to promote and facilitate trade across Africa. Let me also congratulate them on the annual meetings, which saw us see a smooth transition of leadership in the institution. So now we'll be confident that these transformations they've been doing will continue uninterrupted, and we hope to see that continue without any blemish. Now, financing regional or continental trade has always been NEXIM's mandate, okay, to take Nigeria's produce into other markets. Like we've heard in the introductory speeches and presentations, Africa had been wired to send its products, largely commodities, primary products, into the international markets, not into Africa. So from ECOWAS, NEXIM had realized the need to promote and facilitate trade across Africa. But I'm going to reverse a bit to the trade gap, or the financing gap, capital financing gap, which is the bane of trade, one of the banes in trade, intra-Africa trade. You see, finance goes where risk is low, or risk is minimized and profits are maximized. We've heard maybe from presentation by Gainmore that there have been challenges. Some are infrastructural and some hard infrastructure and some are soft infrastructure challenges, which finance stays away from. Thank you to try and mitigate those challenges. Part of what DFIs are supposed to do is to mitigate risk, which is very, very important. The finance in Africa is there, but it's going to the wrong places, okay? Or the priority is not trade, external trade. It is going to import. Where are the imports coming from? From China, from America and Europe. And it's not coming or directed towards Africa. Now, the more we bring down those challenges, the more you will see finance going into trade that will support intra-African trade. And we're seeing that. We're seeing KYC issues being sorted out. We're seeing payment issues being sorted out. We're seeing infrastructure issues being challenges. We're seeing custom interferences being reduced. So things are happening. And with that, we're going to start seeing more finance going into financing of intra-Africa trade. On the part of NEXIM, like you've correctly mentioned, from the beginning, we have tried to promote trade within Africa, at least from West Africa. We have known, and statistics, some have said it, there is as much as $12 to $18 billion that is being traded with our neighbors in Africa, but it's informal. So one of the first things we need to do is even formalize the trade that is going on now. I think Mrs. Ayeni mentioned something that is being done with MBS to try and migrate those informal trades onto formal platforms. We're seeing other things like the finance you spoke about, and the EVP spoke about NATIPS, which is a $1 billion line for intra-Africa trade. We, on our own part in NEXIM, we're seeing that some of this trade of $12 to $18 billion that is done by MSMEs. MSMEs that have no support, MSMEs that do not have any formal or corporate being or identity that are doing those trades. And we're saying, come to us at NEXIM. We've created products for you, for women and youth, for small and medium enterprises that is accessible to you, that will help to scale up the business you're doing across the borders. We're also engaging other ECAs across Africa. To now say, not all financing is money-backed. Okay, there is financing that is instrument-backed, that between ECAs can make that transaction happen without involving money. So one of the ones who are dealing with and opening lines is CAJEX, which is the Algerian Export Credit Agency. We're working with Exim of Ghana, some of the things we're trying to do, so that we will try to close that gap, bridge the gap that is already identified of 120 billion by having those collaborations with other multilateral institutions across Africa. Afrexim has done its own. Other DFIs need to stand up. Other commercial banks have to stand up and try to close that and bridge the gap.
Thank you. I love that call to action at the end, because we can't rule out the importance of collaboration, because alone we can do so little, but of course together we can do even much more. Thank you so much, Mr. Bello, for that. Now I'm going to move to you, Engineer Mansur. You are president of PAMA, and I'm going to ask you a question in terms of challenges that manufacturers face when trading within Africa. So what are these challenges that are common amongst manufacturers when trading within Africa? And then the part B of that question is, how do you think financial institutions should respond to these challenges? So it's a part A and B question.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And let me join my colleagues to really congratulate Afreximbank and its partners for the tremendous progress that has been made in African integration and in expanding trade within Africa and African trade generally. I think I was in the first, the second, and the third IATF, so I have seen this progress almost really very clearly. And I think really Afreximbank and its partners need to be congratulated, because we may not be where we are, but I think we have made tremendous progress over these last 5-6 years. Now, to come back to your question, the challenges that you have asked me are challenges that we've been talking about throughout this morning. All the speakers have highlighted some of these challenges, and they're all basically in 4 buckets. Challenges of, availability, the gap of the financial gap you talk about. Challenges of access, challenges of environment, particularly the policy and regulatory environment, the issues of integration that we've talked about. Now, I believe that in each of these challenges, we have to look at the problem from 2 perspectives. From the perspective of the small and medium industries and enterprises, and from the perspective of the more established, well-organized, formalized enterprises. Because there are two separate experiences. And fortunately for me, I have worked with both levels. Having worked in Dangote, you could not have worked in a larger, continental corporate entity. But I've also, in many of my previous experiences, worked with the small and medium enterprises, even the micro enterprises. As president of Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, I've seen most of our trading is done through both informal as well as formal small and medium enterprises. And I know that the challenges they face are slightly different. Let me start with the issue of access to finance. At the lower level, the problem is access, the problem is ability to use the finance even when you get it, and the problem is risk perception, which you talked about. Now, for small and medium enterprises, first, of course, there is risk. They are assumed to be risky, even though I've seen reports which indicate that small and medium enterprises actually have a higher rate of repayment than some of the larger enterprises. But it is the perception. The second, of course, is that also they have problems with informality itself. If you go to some of our large markets, in Nigeria, for instance, and I'm sure it's the same thing in Cote d'Ivoire, in Ghana, and so on, a lot of trade takes place, most of it cross-border trade, but it's never recorded, so we don't know what that trade is. And it's all people carrying cash. In Nigeria, we say people carrying cash in Ghana must to go bags, go into the market. buying and then shipping things out informally. So it's not recorded. Why is that finance coming? If it comes from somebody's, safe, it can't be called finance because it's not coming from a bank. What can we do to get that finance into the banking system? Because if we do, it will increase the availability, but also improve the accessibility of it to all enterprises. This is what I call the problem of fragmentation. You know, those who are probably of my age will recall that many years ago, we had this problem even in our domestic financial sector. When we have 120 banks, all of them small banks, if you are looking for $2 million, you have to get about 10 banks to come together and to give it to you. When we did the consolidation under Soludo, I think, things suddenly changed. Our banks got bigger, got stronger, and they are able to now finance what before will take 10 banks together to finance. Today is being financed by a branch of a bank.
Right.
So that increases availability and also makes the gap actually smaller than it actually is. Now, fragmentation is part of Africa's key challenge. Whether you're looking at the 54 fragmented economies and markets, or we're looking at the 80 million small and medium enterprises that are all looking for some in this regard. So clearly, this consolidation that is taking place through African integration and the work that Afreximbank and other development finance institutions, continental as well as domestic, are doing to bring together the capacity to consolidate and integrate is indeed one of the key things that has to be done. And it has to be scaled up. So what I'm saying is that we need to scale up integration, accelerate integration so that what is available is now better utilized and can be accessed much more easily and less costly. Because I'm sure bankers here are aware that if you have to address the demand of 1,000 applicants, right, to give each of them $1 million, that's 1,000 million, that's 1 billion. It's the same cost as if you are giving one person 10 billion. So by consolidation and integration, you can actually access improve access and also improve efficiency of financing. The other element, of course, we have talked about again, is the policy and regulatory environment, particularly cross-border policy and regulatory environment. Until we harmonize our policies and our regulations across borders, it will continue to impede the speed of African trade and African integration very much. And so what, again, AfCFTA is seeking to do is to harmonize these policies. And it needs to be harmonized across the various key requirements for effective trade. Let's take, for instance, about quality. You take your product across to Ghana, and the requirements in terms of quality changes. And you go to Kenya, probably different requirements. So it's important, again, to harmonize these quality requirements. And I'm glad that the AUC is now actually putting together frameworks that try to bring, enable our various countries to harmonize their policies. Not necessarily to have the same policy, but to harmonize so that, for instance, requirements can be adjusted very quickly. I'm delighted to be a member of the Pan-African Quality Council, and this is very, very important work. And it has to be done in each of the various policy and regulatory areas so that our traders, our SMEs, can now move across borders in terms of regulatory compliance much, much more easily. The last one, if you permit me, is scale. Scaling is, to me, a very critical requirement for effective intra-African as well as expanded African trade, because that is what reduces cost tremendously. If you are producing 10 items, you can't compare your effectiveness, your efficiency, and your cost with somebody who is producing 1 million items. Because the cost of setup, the cost of incorporating technology to improve quality is a huge percentage of the small operator, and yet a small percentage of the large operator. Let me give you an example. The Dangote refinery, which I had the opportunity to work with for over the years, installed a quality control laboratory, which today is perhaps at par with any other quality system across the world. And that is why Dangote is able to export aviation fuel across to Europe within the first 1 year of its operation. If it is a small mini refinery, as many Nigerians have been talking about, there's no way they can achieve that quality. And I think if some of the discussions that went around in our papers actually highlighted that. So scaling is very important. And one way to improve scaling is twofold. We said more investment, but also aggregation. We will continue to have to rely on SMEs to expand trade across Africa. But for them to be able to achieve the effect of scale, there is only perhaps one way to start bringing them together. And that is why, hubs like e-pizzas and so on are very important, so that you can bring the SMEs together and provide facilities and infrastructure at scale that will enable them to use high-level technology without having everybody to import it to install his own.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Engineer Man. So can we give me a round of applause? Thank you. I'm enjoying this conversation because now you have touched on something that would lead me to Franca. Franca, so this is for you. Now, we're speaking on the Nigeria AfCFTA Coordination Office, and my question is, how is your office working with Nigerian financial institutions to operationalize trade under AfCFTA?
Okay. First off, I bring very warm greetings from Mr. Awolowo, who cannot be here today. And at the risk of sounding like a broken record, I would like to congratulate Afreximbank for the laudable efforts and achievements so far. Now, before I go into the response, the answer to your question, I would like to layer this perspective that we have about what the issues are. Other perspectives have been given, but I would like to present it this way in this very simple analogy. So when I think about the trade finance challenges for the African landscape, I think about it as some sort of road network that is old and broken. And I think about the traders as drivers on these roads that are trying to get their products from market to market. Now, these drivers on these roads face a number of challenges. Now, there are issues, roadblocks, and then there are other obstacles as well on the road. There are issues of missing credit information, where I think about it as you want to drive a car, you want to loan a car to drive, but the person who you are requesting the car from doesn't know that you can drive. There is nobody to vouch that you can drive, and there is no sort of mechanism or information in place that says that you can drive. It makes it very difficult to loan you that car to drive. There are issues of currency restrictions and then access to FX, where we have multiple currencies, and then it makes it very, very difficult to trade. There are issues of informality, and this is actually a very big issue considering the fact that the SMEs are the ones who dominate the trade space. They make up 80% of the trade space, and most of them take part in informal trade. We have those issues. And then there is now the issue of no access to info. There is no information. And then you think about it as, on this journey, these roads that are old and broken, there are no signs or maps. Now, getting on this road with all of these obstacles, it makes it very, very difficult to get where you're going. And those who are even able to make this journey come in contact with banks and lenders who are not willing to, because these journeys look high risk. So this is how we view, this is how I view, this is how, with the work that we have done, we're able to view the challenges of the trade finance landscape. Now, the work that we have done in understanding what these challenges are and speaking with businesses, first off, our role revolves around coordination, is coordinating and facilitative. So a lot of the role revolves around partnerships, coordination and facilitation. Now, another part of the work that we have done revolves around bringing the businesses in contact with these products that have been tailored to their needs for the AfCFTA, especially those by the DFIs like Nexim and BOI. And these points will connect to the work that we are doing on awareness generation and capacity building, beyond market access readiness into, trade, what the trade finance products are, so that these businesses can tap into it. Particularly in the curriculum that we developed for the AfCFTA, Afreximbank and BOI contributed. We have their products that are available to businesses listed up in that curriculum. And then the third part of the work that we do has a lot to do around policy, advocacy, and input, where we're trying to
Sorry, can you speak closer to the microphone?
Yeah,
thank you.
Secure funding mechanisms that will serve businesses for the AfCFTA. So particularly these three aspects is what our work has revolved around: bringing businesses in contact with the DFIs, awareness building and capacity building to access these products, and then policy advocacy and inputs to secure funding for businesses.
All right, thank you. So, but I want you to answer a second question before I move on to AT. And the second question is, what is the vision for localizing the AfCFTA Adjustment Fund in Nigeria? Very quickly.
So it is expected that
I would also want you to speak close so that people can hear.
It is expected that in addition to the fund, we will secure counterpart funding from public sector and private sector. And also expected that it will be anchored, the management will be anchored in local institutions for easy accessibility by businesses. And then it will be used to support businesses who are affected by the tariff changes, used to provide grants for capacity building beyond market access readiness into securing trade finance for businesses. And then the third part of it will be to create special windows for priority sectors.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And finally, I'm going to ask AT this question, but just to inform the audience that we'll be able to take about 2 questions from the floor. But before we come to the floor, I'll take 30 seconds parting shot from all my panelists on this subject matter, just so that we're not overflogging the issues. But if you had your way, what would be one solution you would like to prefer? So, AT, your question will be 2 in 1. I would ask you my prepared question, and then I'll ask you to give your parting shot in terms of the solutions that we want to see and what we would like to implement going forward. But my question to you, starters, is what is Afreximbank's current trade finance strategy for intra-African trade, and how does this support Nigeria?
Thank you, Moji. Good morning, good afternoon to each and everyone. Thanks for being here. That shows the importance of Intra-African Trade Fair. I think clearly, as our Executive Vice President has expanded on and followed by our Director of Trade, Promotion and Investment, the intra-African trade is the core pillar of our strategy being the sixth strategic plan, which is Impact 2026, Extending the Frontiers. In the context of intense geopolitical and economic challenges, we clearly, as Afreximbank, we are deliberate and we are going clearly into providing tailor-made solutions into intra-African trade. I think beyond the fact that we are very active into advocacy, advisory, policy engagement, we also provide financing. I think across the board, and it comes out clearly that there's a need for more access to financing. And let me just touch on some of the financial instruments that are clearly dedicated to boosting the intra-African trade. I think one of them being the Afreximbank Africa Trade Facilitation Facilities. It's actually a facility that we extend to commercial banks. We call it AfTraf. And on this is a sort of program that was launched in 2018. And as we speak, we've actually onboarded 533 banks across Africa, with the target being 600 licensed banks. In Nigeria, we have about 20 banks and more actively using the AfTraf, which is basically to confirm letters of credit issued, but also we provide a refinancing option under this AfTraf program. And we can clearly say that this has been impactful for the SMEs, including youth and women, because when we look at the sub-borrowers or the sub-clients that are actually constituting the portfolio of the commercial banks, we clearly can measure how important it is for us to provide this protection when it comes to import finance. The other financial instrument that I want to touch on is basically a global facility. It is meant to support intra-African trade champions, so the African multinational corporations. So what we do is to provide a line of credit that allows African companies to expand their business across Africa and beyond, because the notion of Africa for us has actually evolved, and we're looking at it now as a global Africa, knowing that we have 54 African member states, 12 Caribbean countries, and a focus on the diaspora. So the global Africa is actually very important for us, and we provide tailor-made solutions. So the global facility has actually has helped a number of companies to grow from a, I would say, medium size to become top-tier local corporate. And it gives them the opportunity for those that are in this room to look at it and to say, if I were to go outside our boundaries, outside the country, which support can I get? In addition to that, staying on the financing leg, we also provide intra-African investment financing. This is meant to accommodate financing needs for African financial institutions that are actually closing the trade finance gap for the international banks that are exiting our markets. So we provide this financing which helps on the acquisition of some of the banks. We also provide intra-African investment guarantee. It's also meant to alleviate the country risk, because when you look at the high risk perception of Africa, we then come as an intermediary to say, don't worry about the local partner. We as Afreximbank will mitigate the risk and will back the African company in case of challenges. So this has actually been very beneficial for foreign investors. So that attract more foreign direct investment, Africa direct investment in our various countries, and we've also supported some banks in Nigeria. And we also looked at some of the key sectors in Nigeria, including the agriculture, and we said, we've been talking about Africa producing what it does not consume. We've been talking about Africa exporting raw agricultural commodities. So there's a need for transformation, and we've put in place agricultural processing facilities, them financing for Nigerian entities that are into agro-processing. To name but a few, we've actually supported entities like Sunbird, John Vent, and we are actually into expanding this portfolio across the agricultural commodities that are active. We're also working with the partners, because we have a strong partner in the agricultural sector that allows us, in conjunction with the government and other entities, to support the textile sector. So across the agricultural sector, we have solutions that can have an impact, an immediate impact. So beyond the direct financing, and I want to say that the corporates that meet our target market and risk acceptance criteria are eligible on a bilateral basis. Those that, for any reason, cannot meet, we provide on-lending financing through commercial banks, financial institutions.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. A round of applause for AT, please. Thank you. All right, so I know that Afreximbank has done a lot and continues to do a lot. So, and I'm sure that in your speech you've already, highlighted a lot. So I'll just go straight to Franca in 30 seconds. What would you like to see in the Africa of tomorrow as we work towards bridging the trade finance gap and, of course, unlocking capital for Africa?
I would like to see an Africa that actually works. For Nigeria, I would say this as a call to action. Beyond these beautiful efforts that are going on at the federal level, it is very important that these interventions are taken down to the subnational level. In recent times, we've seen states like Jigawa and Ogun State take the lead in implementation, making it very personal for their states, and we want to see other states do the same thing. For us, we have been able to put together a program that addresses end-to-end Nigerian businesses at the subnational level. Okay. And we've been able to bring in some stakeholders, key stakeholders into this program to play this role, since our role is a coordinating role. And I'm hoping that before, we set off for Abuja, I will be able to speak with Mr. Bello and Mr. Kange and Madam Nonye about the parts they are supposed to play in the program.
Okay, great. I like this part of it. Thank you. So you're not just talking the talk, you're also walking the talk. And thank you for already spotlighting your stakeholders in this. All right, so Mr. Abubakar Bello, in 30 seconds, what would you like to see as we continue to work towards bridging the trade finance gap and unlocking capital for intra-African trade?
For me, I would like to see the real economic independence of Africa. And when I say real economic independence, is that we must become self-reliant, okay, in finance, in production, and in trade between ourselves. So what I would like to see is more collaboration, which I mentioned earlier, between different aspects, different sectors in the African economy that will let us integrate properly, okay? And for me, let's put our money in the development of Africa. It is not about Afrexim or other DFIs alone, but even private money has to be channeled into development of the economy of Africa.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Bello. And now, Mr. Kange, a round of applause. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. For me, one of the things that we need to really focus on is not just raising the money, but also being able to deploy it, come up with models of deploying that money to our MSMEs, women-led businesses, etc. We must find ways of doing that because today, most MSMEs, their biggest challenge is how to access the funds. There's always issues of high risk, so banks generally do not like to lend to them. And that's where DFIs like BOI come in. We must de-risk the MSME space so that they can access this funding. One of the things that we have done is to partner with the Africa Guarantee Fund to create a portfolio guarantee to be able to support or guarantee lending to youth and women-led businesses of up to 75% of the loan value so that they don't have to worry too much about bringing collateral and all of that. Secondly, working with the federal government of Nigeria, we have also been able to set up another de-risking organization called the National Credit Guarantee Company, which the president inaugurated just last week. That company is also to help de-risk lending to MSMEs so that they can easily access and be able to scale and deliver on the vision that we have of intra-Africa trade. One last thing is the infrastructure. It's so key. We cannot be talking about Africa trade when, just to give an example of even there's no free movement of goods or people or even finance. You have a situation where, for instance, at one point we had to go to attend the annual general meeting of AFDB in Malabo. And what happened there, we had to travel from Lagos to Addis, spend the night, and then come back west again to Malabo, when in actual fact from Port Harcourt to Malabo is less than 1 hour.
Wow.
How do you expect a businessman to do that? It's one of the key things that we need to address. Africa is not 55 countries. Africa is one. Those 55 countries are artificial boundaries that were set, not by us, but we keep trying to comply with them. We must work together as one. Otherwise, we will not be successful. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kange. Wow, thank you. And finally, Engineer Mansour.
Thank you very much. Yes. Two things. First of all, I believe the public sector, the various countries, administrations, and the continental financial institutions like Afreximbank have been doing a lot, and I think we are beginning to see progress. But trade is the business of the private sector. What one wants to see is more participation, more engagement with the private sector in a way that will actually move trade faster. In this regard, I'm glad that also we are now beginning to focus more on the core requirement, core necessity for achieving African trade expansion. That is increasing manufacturing, because manufacturing today provides over 66% of the global trade. So if you are not in manufacturing, you cannot expect to be played a big role in global trade. And that is why Africa is only contributing 2% of global trade, because we don't eat cocoa in its pod. We don't wear cotton. We wear manufactured cotton or manufactured cocoa, and I think that is what Africa has to focus on doing. And I'm glad we begin to. But to do this, we need to see more of the actors, more of the private sector people who are actually doing the manufacturing, participating in this, and understanding the opportunities that is being put in place. That is why the Pan-African Manufacturers Association really is working hard with Afreximbank and others to encourage more of our manufacturers, both the small scale and the large scale, to understand the great opportunities that AfCFTA provides. And therefore, we are right now indeed working with our members to see that we get more African manufacturers participating in IATF2025 in Algiers. And I would like all our manufacturers who are here, who have not made any decision on that, to please join us to reach our secretariat to register for IATF 2025.
Thank you so much. At this point, we'll just make you IATF ambassador. Thanks for the call to action. Please give a resounding applause to all my distinguished, absolutely eminent panelists for this engaging conversation. We will take okay, we can take only two because of time. We have one other panel conversation, but before then we have to listen to our ambassador from the People's Republic of Algeria. Hostesses, I'll leave this in your hands. We'll take one from this side. Okay, we'll take three, but very short and straight to the point. One from the different aisles. So one here, one here, one here. Hostesses, very quickly, we have the roving mics. Your name, what you do, and straight to your question. I know you want to thank the panelists. We aggregate all the thanks, and we're giving them. But straight to your question, please. Yes. The lady in red and the gentleman, just combine your questions. That's what we're talking about, collaboration. Just combine.
My name is Aminu Takuma, Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, Niger State. I have two very short questions. One for my brother from Nexim. How can Niger State collaborate with Nexim to create a dedicated credit window for this special agro-processing zone? The investors that will be there. The second question is for Afrexim. How can Niger State access the Afrexim SME guarantee facilities to support the agro-processors in Niger State? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Short, straight to the point. Mr. Bello, I think you'll take that first, then we'll come to 80. Okay, so we'll take everything. All right. We have good problems in our hands, but let's take a lady now. Do we have a lady in this middle? No, did they combine their questions? Okay, so we'll take a gentleman. Engineer Mansour, who do we take? So that it's not on me. No, we'll come to this last segment. Very quickly, let's take one here. Engineer Mansour, please do the honor so that they don't wait for me outside. This agbada, it's giving very African. So we can take him, and then we can take the other man in glasses because he was very resilient with raising the hands. Straight to your question, please. Your name and your question.
My name is Ahmad Muhammad Salisu. I am the founder of AgriSale and also from the computer science department.
I'm not sure that your microphone is working well. Can we get another one? Or can you just step forward and use mine?
My name is Ahmad Muhammad Salisu, founder of AgriSale down from Kano State. I'm also from Bayer University, Kano, working with them. My question goes to both Nexim and Afreximbank at the same time. When we talk about intra-African trades, we are talking about inclusiveness and accessibility. What are you people doing, please, to bridge this gap, especially for when we talk about standards? Intra-African trades have to do with different country standards, and also lack of accessibility and awareness. Most of our traders, most of our exporters or trade men here want to go into international trading, like we can say intra-African trading, but lack of awareness, people will be saying like, no, this one is for the high-ranked people, or I think this all has to do with people are not aware of what are the steps if I want to start exporting or importing something into Nigeria.
To Africa.
Into Africa. Within Africa.
To Africa.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. We'll have one and a final. Yes, that lady. Yes. All right, quick.
Quick one. My question goes to the madam there for Mr. Shegun.
Can you be a little more audible, sir?
My question goes to the woman there for Mr. Shegun Awolowo. My question is this.
So this is for Franca.
Franca, yes, sir, I'm sorry. I'm coming from the angle of logistics. Right, quite a number of times we have issues within the cross-border, having a high level of tariff somersaulting and what have you, from Nigeria, Ghana, from Nigeria, Togo, Ghana, and all that. We have tariff differentials. You are supposed to pay ₦1 million here, it gets to Togo, you pay 3 million, you get to Ghana, you pay about 5 million. I'm bringing this question further to you that it is important that you look into this angle, because quite a number of times we've asked questions from the customs. Why is this? Quite a number of things they mentioned were, one, trade imbalance, that their government mentioned to them categorically that items coming from Nigeria should be well charged due to trade imbalance, which has led to quite a number of capital flights from our part, from Nigeria to their side. So what are you looking at, or what are you doing to assist we in the logistics sector to have smooth smooth travel without delay and all that?
Thank you very much. Thank you. And the final question. There's a woman. Yes, there's a woman.
Hello. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. Gender balance. It's our time now.
All right, my question.
Thank you very much. My name is Zola Sumbo Adeleke. I run Hayloft Limited, and we are into shea butter processing. My question goes to Mr. Afrexim, and you too, please. While we were talking, you said women-led businesses, but all this, let me say grammar, we are always hearing here, is for women maybe in the metropolis. But what about women at the grassroots community? Because the women we work with, the grassroots women who pick the shea nuts and process to shea butter, most of them now prefer to sell their shea nuts rather than process it to shea butter because of the cost. Now we are entering the season. Shea nuts goes for 45,000 naira per bag. By the time it's off season now, it can go for as high as 80,000 or 90,000. Do you have facility so whereby these women can gather these shea nuts and store during the season and use to process shea butter during the off season? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we agree to take that last one? Because if we take that, we'll have to take that. We'll have to cut now. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Thank you. But we'll have access to the panelists right after, but we need to get on with the agenda. Thank you. All right. So, Mr. Abubakar Bello, I think you have about 2-3 questions to you. So I'll start with you.
I have 2 questions from Niger State. Incidentally, my brother, Honorable Commissioner, knows that amongst all the states in Nigeria, Niger State has the biggest facility with Afreximbank. So he knows that we're ready to support your special economic zone. So even to show what is possible, Saudi Exim has, through Afreximbank, approved a facility for Niger State, which is going to cultivate at its fullest 50,000 hectares of land using the river. You know, River Niger passes from the beginning of Niger State. But Nigeria's agriculture has always been rain-fed. And this facility is supposed to enable dry season farming. And already we've approved a $10 million pilot to do 5,000 hectares of land specifically for export. And we're hoping that the special economic zone and processing zone that you spoke about is going to do the processing that will enable us add value before we export again to Africa, not to Europe. Then secondly, you also asked, you asked about how we can support intra-Africa trade, right? And that is why we're here today. The first thing is that the fair opens up markets for you. The information that you need, the facilitation that you need, and so on and so forth. I know why you're asking Nexim and BOI rather than AfCFTA Secretariat that question, is the funding. So once you have the market and you have the product that you can trade across Africa, then you can come to either Nexim for trade or BOI for processing of that product into a value-added product, and will facilitate its export into another market within Africa. We're so committed to seeing that that intra-Africa trade happens that for me, and I don't know about BOI, but for Afreximbank, that is our priority now. Rather than fund export to Asia, we'll rather fund to Cameroon or to South Africa.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, we'll take Franca, then we'll take 80. Mr. Kangi, I think.
Okay, so because I can only speak within the context of the AfCFTA, I can say categorically that we have only had a few trades from Nigeria under the AfCFTA and haven't had such an incident. However, if what you're saying is, if this hasn't happened under the AfCFTA, we need to prepare already constitutes a non-tariff barriers, which is against the laws of the AfCFTA, right? And then there are measures in place for that to be handled, already provided for by the agreement.
All right, thank you. If you would like to clarify further, you can see her after the panel, so you can clear that. All right, 80 will take you before we take Mr. Kange to wrap this up. Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks one more for this very good question relating to access to SMEs guarantees. I think there are two ways to look at it. We can provide a portfolio guarantee for a group of SMEs in a specific sector, working through commercial banks locally. But we can also look at it to say, maybe it's not just the guarantee that is required. So my invitation is that after this session, we can actually sit together and get more information. But yes, this support is available for SMEs, so you can actually make sure that in the Niger state or any other, the 36 states in Nigeria can actually benefit from this. So this is One, let me move to the standard. The good news here is that we are already providing a solution for this. In 2022, we actually commissioned and is fully operational the Africa Quality Assurance Center, which deals with inspecting the made in Africa. The whole idea here, products, is to ensure that whatever is produced in our countries, including Nigeria, meets the international standards. And we are doing it in partnership with Bureau Veritas. And we are also working actively with the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment to make sure that we have those quality assurance centers across Nigeria, and we will then be sure that the products, any export commodity goods are not rejected because of failing to meet the international standards. So this is already a solution. It's available. I'm happy to expand on that because this is important. On the question relating to awareness, just an example, over the past 12 months in Nigeria, we've actually organized capacity building sessions where we had, in partnership with the Lagos International Trade Fair, Abuja International Trade Fair, NEXIM, NEPC, gathered as much as possible, just to name but a few, SMEs to make sure that they are aware of what's going on. We build capacity, we give them access to market through digital platforms, because we touch on this, which is the Africa Trade Gateway. It's actually a trade digital ecosystem that allows SMEs not only to discuss about opportunities, to find buyers and sellers, to verify the trusted partners, to have access to financing, to actually do matchmaking. So it's a lot happening. And the other good news that we all know is that we actually have the Afreximbank Africa Trade Center in Abuja, and I invite you all to visit, because in there we have a tech and incubation hub, we have conference facilities, there's a digital trade gateway. Through this access to information, you will definitely reach the world. So it's important that you know that.
Thank you. I'll start calling AT the man for the good news, because it says another good news, another good news. So thank you for all the good news. I think there's a final point, but Engineer Mansur has asked for a second, but I'm very generous. I'll give you 10 seconds.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that the Pan-Africa Manufacturers Association organizes quarterly webinars on AfCFTA and African trade every quarter. If you go to our website, Pan-Africa Manufacturers, PAMA at Pan-Africa Manufacturers Association.org, you will be able to participate in these webinars. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Engineer Mansur. Finally, AT, you were trying to make a point before I take Mr. Kange's. Okay, I think I'm closed out with your answers now. But if there's any other clarification you'd like to make, AT is available and he'll be ready to speak with you. And finally, Mr. Leonard Kange from BOI.
Thank you very much, and thanks to the lady who asked the question about the share butter, the women, and how is there a program for putting in place the storage so that they can actually store, because wastage is one of the biggest challenges, and we in BOI have actually recognized that. And you were talking about there from the rural areas, right? Good. So now we have recognized that. And one of the things that we have done is to actually put together a fund which the federal government has also keyed into and has also supported. It's called the Rural Area Program on Investment and Development, RAPID. It's available on our website. We provide loans at interest rate of 5%. We also provide business advisory services and training so that we can help the borrowers, who in most cases are women, to actually build the capacity they need to manage the businesses successfully. The federal government has also asked BOI to manage another fund, which is called the BOI Federal Government of Nigeria Special Intervention Fund for MSMEs. And that program is a total of 75 billion, also provide loans at single-digit rates. Now you may say, hey, what about collateral and all of those things, right? Okay, now, in this case, all you require is a guarantee from an individual. That's it, really. Nothing else, you know. So we try to also make it easy. And all this is available on our website. You go there, I can give you the link, you know, as well. You just go in there, fill out your information. All we require is that you have to be a business that is registered. That's all, you know. And then you fill out your information. It's all processed online. It's available. You can go in, check the status where the processing is. The other aspect is also we have a group of consultants to help our MSMEs build capacity. They are called business development specialists. These are all trained consultants, and they are supposed to work with the MSMEs to do business plans, feasibility studies, governance structures, etc. Because when you are as a micro enterprise, when you open your business, you are the CEO, you are the accountant, you are the lawyer, you are all of these things. What they are supposed to do is to help you to put in place the kind of structures, help you to package your business plan or your loan request in a bankable form, in language that bankers understand, and help you to present those to BOI. BOI then goes ahead to process it, and we are the ones that pay them, not the MSMEs. We pay them based on milestones. You bring the application, you get paid. You obtain approval, you get paid, etc., and all of that. So these are some of the things that are available for our MSMEs. And I also talked about the guarantee for women-led businesses and climate-linked MSMEs of up to 75% of the loan value. It's a portfolio guarantee. So these are some of the things that are available. We believe that MSMEs, we have a total of 39 million MSMEs in Nigeria today. It used to be 41, but COVID decimated the number, right? So we believe that, and they contribute about 90% to employment in the country. So if you're looking to drive employment and all of that, we believe that if we support, even if it's 10% of that number, so that each of them can employ one more person, we will have created 3.9 million jobs. And so that is why we're heavily focused on MSMEs, particularly women-owned businesses. And history has proven to us that these are the safest group to lend to.
Right.
They have the lowest non-performing loans in the bank today.
So this applause is for all SMEs represented in the room and those who are going to watch this eventually. Very well done, and thank you so much. Can we please give a resounding applause to my very exceptional panelists as we now rise for a group photograph. Thank you so much. This has been an insightful conversation. All right, thank you very much. Please give another round of applause as my panelists exit the stage. Thank you so much, our Executive Vice President, for joining this conversation. All right, thank you very much. Thank you all so much for your participation. Now, very quickly and excitedly, I'm honored to introduce on stage a passionate advocate for regional integration, our host for this year's Intra-African Trade Fair. Please make welcome the Ambassador of Algeria to Nigeria at the Embassy of Algeria in Abuja, His Excellency Hussein Miswood. A round of applause for him as he comes up stage for a special remark today. He will be telling us more about the mission, the vision, and of course the opportunities that lie ahead for us in September. Thank you. But can we please be settled before the Ambassador speaks? Thank you very much. We must give honor to whom it is due, so I'd like to crave your indulgence to please be seated before we listen to our ambassador today. We're truly excited to have him here, and we're looking forward to a fantastic time in Algeria come September this year. Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Honorable Minister of Trade, Industry and Investment, Dr. Jumuke Adowule, Mrs. Kunayo Awani, Executive Vice President, Intra-African Trade and Export Development, Afreximbank, Mrs. Noni Ayine, Executive Director, Nigerian Export Promotion Council, Engineer Jani Ibrahim, National President of the National Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, members of the business community, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Allow me first of all to express my pleasure to be among you in this welcoming city of Lagos and to address this August assembly of businessmen and women interested in actively participating to the next edition of the Intra-African Trade Fair, which will be hosted in Algiers from September 4 to 10, 2025. My thanks go to the top management of Afreximbank for their sustained efforts to promote this important event. Allow me also to seize this opportunity to congratulate the management of the bank present here for the success of the 32nd General Assembly of Afreximbank held in Abuja from the 25th to 28th June 2025, and to congratulate Mr. George Ilombi, appointed by the General Assembly of Shareholders as the new president of the bank and chairman of its board of directors, wishing him every success in his mission. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Algeria, with strategic Maghreb, offers tremendous opportunities, economic partnerships. I invite you, dear brothers and sisters, Nigerian business leaders, to flock to Algeria, where the process of diversifying the national economy has created a boom in investment opportunities. In this regard, I would like to emphasize the high importance given by the Algerian government to improving the business climate regional trade integration, and developing the national economy. Since July 2022, Algeria has had a comprehensive and transparent national investment framework that ensures equitable treatment of the foreign direct investment and domestic investment. It brings several new features and introduces a regulatory framework for foreign direct investment aimed at improving the investment climate, further facilitating investment, strengthening investor confidence by ensuring legal stability, reducing the tax burdens, improving access to financing and land, and modernizing the administration and streamlining all procedures. Today, the rules of the game in the Algerian market are clear and transparent. All initiatives can find fertile ground there to flourish. All observers and international institutions testify that the business climate is experiencing considerable improvement and that developments in the Algerian economy are showing very promising prospects. In the area of trade, continental integration, Algeria has been since November 1st, 2023, a full member of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Considered the largest in the world, Algeria ratified the agreement establishing this free trade area in 2021. Algeria aims to increase its trade with African countries, particularly those in the Sahel and the West Africa, by establishing land routes connecting the country to Mali, Niger, and Mauritania, as well as developing free trade zones with neighboring countries and opening crossing points such as the Mustafa Ben Boulaid crossing point with Mauritania in 2022. It continued its efforts to intensify trade activity with West African countries, particularly for certain products, as well as to expand activities with countries such as Mauritania and Senegal by opening bank branches in Mauritania, Senegal, and currently in Côte d'Ivoire. Algeria is also focusing on infrastructure projects to boost trade, including the Trans-Saharan Highway and fiber optic cable projects connecting Central Africa to West Africa via Algeria. In addition, the Nigerian-Algerian gas pipeline project, which will cross Niger to Algeria, aims to connect Algerian gas to European markets. Nigerian gas to European markets. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, from the 4th to 10th September 2025, industry leaders, entrepreneurs, and government officials from across the continent will be gathering at Palais des Expositions in the heart of Algiers for the 4th edition of the Intra-African Trade Fair 2025. Since the announcement that Algeria has been selected to host this new edition of the IATF and the signing of the convention for its organization, the Algerian government has taken the necessary steps for the successful organization of this important economic event. The whole infrastructure and logistical, human, material, and organizational resources necessary to ensure the complete success of this event has been mobilized. A high-level ministerial committee has been established. It was divided in 7 thematic subcommittees. These subcommittees have been working for a year now and still work to prepare professionally this event and to make Algeria ready to welcome its guests to this 4th edition of the IATF 2025. I will not give you a historical presentation, but I will focus on the operational aspects which are of direct interest to you, without diminishing the importance of the work accomplished by the other subcommittees. I would like to mention the following specific aspects. The first aspect is the consular and the visa issues. The second aspect is the entry issues for goods to be exhibited. And the third aspect is the program of this activity. First, the government has taken appropriate measures to facilitate the obtaining of visa for all participants. A transparent, flexible, and rapid procedure for processing entry visa application to Algeria has been put in place. Based on the list of registered persons on the Afreximbank platform and communicated to the Algerian authorities, each diplomatic and consular missions is provided with the list of registered persons falling within its geographical competence. Participants or exhibitors concerned must contact the embassy or consulate to submit the visa application file. All the requests will be processed with attention within a very short time frame. The website of the Embassy of Algeria in Nigeria, mfa.com.gov.dz, contain all the information needed to issue the visa to participants and visitors. It also contains all information regarding the accreditation of journalists, including the application period, which runs from the 1st June to the 20 August 2025. For the second aspect relating to the issue of the entry issue for goods to be exhibited, the Finance and Customs Subcommittee has established the entry procedures for goods and products that will be exhibited on the IATF 2025. Exhibitors are invited to communicate to the Algerian party on time, able to benefit from all customs facilitations in importation of goods within the framework of the fair and exhibition regime. Finally, regarding the draft program for this edition, it includes an economic summit to be held on September 4th, a meeting of ministers of foreign trade, and numerous thematic economic, commercial, and cultural activities. The first day, September 4th, will be dedicated exclusively to the economic summit and the holding of an official opening ceremony, followed by a high-level roundtable on Africa and the African free trade area. The rest of the program, which will run from September 5th to the 10th of the same month, with a series of conferences, panels, exhibitions, inter-companies meetings. Afreximbank representative could develop the detail of the program. I would like to conclude by assuring you that the preparation process for the IATF 2025 has progressed very well. It is receiving close monitoring and attention from the highest authorities in the country, particularly within regard to aspects relating to the condition for granting visa to participants, as well as the admission and importation of products and goods to be exhibited. Through the organization of the IATF 2025, Algeria reaffirms its strategic commitment to African economic integration, the continent's industrial sovereignty, and the construction of mutually beneficial inter-African partnerships. We are confident that this event will achieve its set objectives, as it is perfectly aligned with Algeria's economic goals, and we are committed to making this fair a resounding success. Ladies and gentlemen, I reiterate my personal willingness and all the embassy staff in Abuja to support you in everything you may need to travel to Algeria and contribute to the success of the IATF 2025. Finally, I would like to mention that Air Algerie, the national pavilion, has officially launched on the 6th April 2025 its first air route direct flight twice weekly, Algiers-Abuja. Algeria and Nigeria are more closer Algeria and Nigeria are more closer than ever, with just 4 hours flight between our two capitals. We are awaiting your valuable participation to this 4th edition of the IATF 2025. You are welcome to Algeria, land of incredible history and warm hospitality. Thank you for your kind attention.
Our special thanks to His Excellency Hussein Massoud.
Is presented by the African Export-Import Bank, Afreximbank, the African Union Commission, and the AfCFTA Secretariat. Join us from September the 4th to the 10th, 2025 to access more opportunities for trade, partnerships and possibilities across Africa. With over 2,000 exhibitors, 35,000 plus attendees from 140 plus countries, and the potential to generate $44 billion in trade and investment opportunities, this edition is set to be a game changer. Access more trade. Showcase your products and services in our customized pavilions, designed to connect you with sponsors, investors, partners, and decision makers from business, government, the diaspora, the Caribbean, and the rest of the world. Whether you're a seasoned player or a startup, IATF 2025 opens doors to more connections, collaborations, and growth. Over 7 exciting days, you'll be inspired by distinguished leading speakers from Africa and around the globe and gain valuable insights into the continent's trade and investment landscape, while elevating your brand recognition and showcasing your vibrant range of African products and services. Access more insights. Be inspired by world-class speakers and industry leaders at the Trade and Investment Forum. Learn about trade opportunities under AfCFTA. Tackle key barriers to intra-African trade, and gain practical tools through training workshops on exporting, standards, and marketing. Access more creativity. Celebrate Africa's vibrant creative economy at the Creative Africa Nexus, where fashion, music, film, arts and crafts, sports, literature, and culinary arts take center stage. Discover new markets and untapped talent in an atmosphere brimming with energy and innovation. Access more markets. The African Buyers Program and matchmaking sessions ensure meaningful exchanges, enabling businesses to conclude impactful deals. Access more engagement. The Special Day segment is open to countries, private and public sector entities, and offers tailored opportunities for countries and entities to highlight their trade, investment, tourism, and cultural potential. Access more connections. Through the IATF virtual platform, you can showcase your goods, services, and investment opportunities on an interactive online platform available all year round. Access more innovation. Explore the future of Africa's automotive industry with auto manufacturers, OEMs, and suppliers. Access more growth. See the next generation of African innovators showcase their bold ideas and prototypes at our dedicated pavilion for African youth startups. Access more connections. IATF 2025 Global Africa Day will highlight commercial and cultural ties between Africa and its diaspora, featuring a Global Africa Summit, a market, exhibitions, and a distinctly African cultural and gastronomic showcase. Access more expertise. Dive into cutting-edge research and inventions by students, academics, and national researchers that are shaping Africa's future with the Africa Research and Innovation Hub at IATF. Access more partnerships. The African Sub-Sovereign Governments Network Conference presents a platform to promote intra-African trade and investment, educational and cultural exchanges, and effective and active engagement on the development of Africa regions in the context of the AfCFTA. Access more of Africa's potential. With access to a unified African market of 1.4 billion people and a GDP of $3.5 trillion created under the AfCFTA, IATF 2025 offers unparalleled opportunities to trade, grow, and thrive. African Export-Import Bank, African Union, AfCFTA Secretariat, and the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria invite you to join us at the IATF 2025 in Algiers, Algeria, your gateway to new opportunities. Don't miss out. Visit intra-africantradefair.com to confirm your participation and access more today.
Thank you so much. Now we have another panel conversation, but before then, can we give a resounding applause to His Excellency Hussein Mazwood? Please give him a round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you. We're excited that the doors of Algeria have been opened to us for Intra-African Trade 2025. We're looking forward to the limitless opportunities and, of course, possibilities that will emerge from the experience. Thank you. Our next panel conversation is on innovating for trade, private sector-led solutions for intra-African trade under the AfCFTA. I'll introduce the panelists, and then the moderator will join them to have a robust conversation. I'll start by bringing up on stage, in no particular order, the country head Nigeria, Arise Integrated Industrial Platforms, IIP. Please let's make welcome Mr. Soren Abe Wikrima. A round of applause. Thank you. All right, coming to join, we also have board member Nigeria Automotive Manufacturers Association, NAMA, Dr. Harpreet Singh. A round of applause for him. Thank you. We have the Director General, Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Dr. Chinyere Almona, FCA. A round of applause for her. Thank you. The founder, Nigeria International Film Summit, Ms. Ijeoma Ona. A round of applause for her also. Thank you very much. I'd seen earlier, I'm not sure if he's still in here, but I would announce just in case he's somewhere in the room. Mr. Charles Odi, the Director General and CEO of SMEDAN, that is Small and Medium Enterprises Development Agency of Nigeria. Okay, I would also like to invite on stage Ambassador Aminu Akadiri, the CEO of Federation of West African Chambers of Commerce and Industry. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you. And finally, to join this panel, we have the Director, Creatives and Diaspora at Afreximbank, Mr. Temwa Gondwe. A round of applause for Mr. Temwa. Thank you. Again, for the moderator, a round of applause for me. Thank you. All right, just like I stated earlier, this conversation will focus on innovating for trade and for private sector-led solutions for intra-African trade under the AfCFTA. Okay, so let's get started. I will start with Ms. Ijeoma. And my question to you is, or no, let me put this first to Mrs. Almona. Mrs. Almona, let me start with you on this one. My question to you is, what are the key challenges currently limiting private sector participation in intra-African trade under the AfCFTA? So what are the challenges that are currently limiting the private sector from participating in intra-African trade under the AfCFTA? That is my first question to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Moji. On, yes, it's on. So thanks and good afternoon to everyone. The problems, I think that the problems have been reiterated over and over throughout these few hours we've been here. Problems such as broken logistics systems, inconsistent regulation, inconsistent standard across board, lack of transparency in processing, custom issues, border. We've talked about all the problems. I think we need to think, how do we solve all these problems? I think that's really the crux of the matter, because we keep rehashing the issue. In fact, when Dr. Gainmore presented he made his presentation, when he showed the slide with all the problems, I was like, oh my goodness, all our problems have been captured. And then he showed another slide with all the solutions to all these problems. But I think the challenge is sometimes we sit around in conferences like this and we talk about solutions to the problems, but sometimes it's not percolating to the grassroots. So people who are supposed to really benefit from the solutions do not understand the solutions may be too complex for them, they can't take advantage of it, they don't have access, or it takes too long for them to enjoy the benefits. So I think that's, for me, what I would like us to go away from here with, that we need to solve the problem, but we have to make it as simple as possible for the common person. And we sit here, the people who are doing the businesses, micro, small businesses are in the marketplace, and they don't understand all of this plenty grammar, like this lady said. So I think it's important for us to at least make the solutions as simple as possible. But also, there has to be an effort to integrate. Because if you have solutions in Nigeria, and they're quite different from solutions in Uganda, and solutions it makes it difficult for people to have business transactions across Africa. So we need to think, how do we bring the solutions together so they're consistent across the plate, in such a way that a small business will not have to reinvent the wheel. So if I come and I do business in Nigeria, I should feel the same way doing business in Ghana, doing business in Kenya. It should feel the same. It shouldn't be drastically different. I have to go through a master class to do business in one country, vis-a-vis another country. So we need to find a way to make these things work across the border.
All right, thank you for touching on that. So now let me ask a personalized one in terms of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. So my question to you, Dr. Almona, is, what is the Lagos Chamber's role in facilitating intra-African trade for Nigerian businesses? Okay, so our role is aligned with a lot of the problems we've talked about. Okay, so when we think about the regulation and the fact that it isn't working well, or it's not as simple as possible, and people are challenged with it, at the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, we are big on advocacy. So how do we ensure we break it up so that businesses can function? It's nice to have regulatory frameworks, but if the regulatory frameworks do not work for businesses, then business can't function. I like to say to regulators, if you have very stringent rules, they may be beautiful on paper, but if they're not working for the private sector can't function. So we do advocacy. I talked just now about having frameworks or having solutions that people don't understand. So we do a lot of capacity building, because we need to sensitize the populace. We need to teach them, we need to train, we need to retrain, continue to reskill for them to understand some of these intricacies. Late last year, we were doing some program with AfCFTA Coordination Office, and every time we call the NAFDAC team to talk to our people, there always seems to be something they have tweaked in the system. Yeah, so we almost need to start all over again to train people. So we do capacity building to try and bridge that gap. But we also provide a platform for actual trade to happen. So every year we organize the Lagos International Trade Fair. Within that trade fair, we have curated a whole pavilion for African businesses, so which we call Africa Hall. And the idea is bring African businesses together within one space, and then it's easy for them to really understand the issues between different countries and doing business in different countries. So we pull that together, and we do that every year. And I must say, Afreximbank has been extremely supportive. They are our champion for the Africa Hall. And please put your hands together for Afreximbank. They are consistent. They talk the talk, and they walk the talk. In supporting us with the program, but also in coordinating with other agencies that are involved in making this happen, because we can't do it alone, so we need to coordinate. We talk to NEPC, we talk to Neximbank, we talk to all the agencies. We had done a whole AfCFTA
e-commerce program for SMEs. How do we put SMEs on a platform that will make them visible to the rest of Africa and so they can trade? So we do different things depending on the issues, right? But the important thing is, if we don't find a way to encourage the ease of doing business, then our businesses, our SMEs can never be competitive, no matter how much we talk. If the cost of doing business is so high, then at the time you're presenting your product across Africa, you can't really compete with any other country or even with China. That's the truth. So we are constantly working to ensure the ease of doing business. We are constantly working to ensure that we reduce the cost of doing business, cost of compliance has to come down, and all of these problems that we have. So we speak to those issues as much as possible to try and ease off the business layers.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Omona. Please give a round of applause. Thank you. All right, Dr. Harpreet Singh, I'm coming to you now. You are board member, Nigeria Automotive Manufacturers Association. And I think the only thing missing is that you don't have a Nigerian name yet at this point. We need to give you one Nigerian name. But my question to you is, how can Nigeria's automotive sector become a regional trade driver under the AfCFTA?
Thank you very much for that introduction. A brief correction. I might not be Nigerian by descent, but I'm Nigerian by naturalization and a proud Nigerian, as a matter of fact. Thank you so much, Rice, for creating this fantastic platform where all stakeholders can meet, exchange views, come to an agreement, or even disagree for that matter. I represent NAMA. Amongst the many hats what I wear. Africa first, one nation, backward integration is the key, and Nigeria will lead its industrial revolution. This is our vision, this is our motto. In NAMA, who we are, where we come from, what our vision is quite crystal. With us creating a core integral platform where all stakeholders are involved, like myself and other OEMs. We personally represent almost 7 OEMs in the country. So as my fellow past panelist, he mentioned that OEMs don't want to come to Nigeria. That stands to be corrected. There are more than 70 OEMs currently present in the automobile sector itself. And we ourselves, we represent more than 17 of them in Nigeria, being the largest automobile manufacturer in the entire West African region. Together, we have over 20 assemblers who assemble vehicles. Yes, we understand there are some policy hitches which is going on, but at the same time, there is no lack of commitment from any of the investors or rather even the assemblers who are representing here in Nigeria. Yes, we face a few glitches because of the financing aspects, but then again, they are just glitches. The dream, what we have dreamt from the time of post-colonization and the COVID wars and the current wars, what we are seeing, begs us to come and ask this question, that backward integration and self-sufficiency is not optional. It's a dire need of the hour. In fact, it was like we need this from inception. But we have been hampered time and time again. We embark on the growth platform, but somehow we are taken back. And we end up creating jobs instead of us. We create jobs in other Western countries, Asian countries, American countries. Rather, our own youth goes down. So this is in NAMA, this is our vision. And we very closely work with the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Development, where we exchange views, where we create policies to induce investments, build investors' confidence, because investors' confidence is only built by permanent policies. If policies keep fluctuating, investors won't be coming back and forth. And going for backward integration, Automobiles is a key integral part in Nigerians' GDP, and because of which, Mr. President, he initiated a recent memo in the FEC, which was even passed, that Nigeria will and only must buy made in Nigeria products, which is very commendable. And because of that, we think right now we are very close to making that dream into a reality. Thank you.
Okay, so that's like a lot of steps in the right direction then. So thank you so much. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you. I was speaking to the founder of the Nigeria International Film Summit, and I did see at some point Juliet Ibrahim in the room and some other persons from the film industry. So I know that the creative sector is represented on this panel, and I'm excited for that. My question to you, Ms. Ijoma Ona, is how can Nigeria's film and creative industry benefit from the AfCFTA?
Thank you, Mo. I think the very first thing we need to actually look at is building capacity for the creative industry to understand what the AfCFTA offers, right? As far as I'm concerned in that space, where we also organize B2B events to connect film professionals together, I am not sure that the players in the space have actually come to understand. I mean, I could come here to say, okay, the AfCFTA should remove tariffs and taxes, but the key question that has bothered me is, do we really understand what the opportunities are that can be leveraged on as far as facilitating trade across Africa? So I think the first thing is for us to begin to build capacity, educate the creative industry, the different verticals of the creative industry, be it film, music, fashion, so that the key players in this space will actually understand, right, what this means for our industry, and also be able to know the different opportunities. I'm a huge crusader of Pan-Africanism, and we haven't really seen that in our industry. You're talking about Juliet walking into the room from Ghana, right? How much of productions, cross-border productions are happening between Nigeria and South Africa, between Nigeria and Kenya, and at least, I can mention like 5 countries that are very active, that have very active film industries. But like in the previous session, we heard that Africa is just 50+ countries, but the continent is 1. We are actually not seeing that in our industry because we are not seeing those collaborations. Recently, the Afreximbank announced a $1 billion fund, which I think is highly commendable, by the way. Thank you for supporting the creative industry. But we also need to be very intentional to see how we can create opportunities for handshake to happen between the different African countries. How can we intentionally bring Nigerians and Kenyans in the same room to be able to work together to create products that will speak, not just to our local audience. For example, Nigeria, we have a very strong local content industry. Recently in the box office, in the cinema, Nollywood has surpassed Hollywood. This is the first time it's happening at 55% versus, I think, 45%. So it's important for us to begin to see as Africans, how can we leverage on our strengths, right? We've got a commercially viable industry in Nigeria. How can other African countries that have very, low consumption of their local content leverage? And then we come together and begin to work together to see how we can benefit from what the AfCFTA has got to offer to us.
Wow, thank you so much. Thanks for touching on that because, yes, please, a round of applause for her. Thank you. Capacity building and knowledge sharing is definitely very key. And just an excerpt from Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala's quote that no nation can build a global industry. It has to be continental. So we definitely have to work together. Thanks for pointing that out.
Sorry,
Ambassador...
Sorry, can I just say something about creative industry? So I'm not like active in the creative industry, but in Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, we have all the sectors represented, and I have members in that sector. And one of the issues that we need to deal with across Africa is the intellectual property issue, piracy. Because if we don't have, I don't know, either a framework or guideline or bill or something that will protect that sector, then they will do all of this creative work and be high on overcoming, surpassing Hollywood, but they won't earn, they won't be able to earn commensurate to the effort they have put in.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so we need to be able to have, I think maybe that's something that Afreximbank can help with, to find, like a policy to protect this sector. And so IP is a very critical aspect that if we don't deal with it, we kind of, all the value will kind of flow away. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Omona. That's such a critical part of this conversation that you have just brought on board. Thank you for pointing that out. All right, so Ambassador Aminu, I've come to you now. You are Chief Executive Officer of Federation of West African Chambers of Commerce and Industry. And my question to you is, how is FEWACHI working to build regional trade linkages amongst West African businesses?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Moderator. And let me join, as I'm bringing the regional voice, join other panel to appreciate Afreximbank for inviting us to this event, for making us ambassador to promote the inter-Africa trade. And I'm inviting you on behalf of my federation to Algeria, where I know very well because I join with my country, Benin. They have a very good partnership, and it's a very rich country. So I'm taking this opportunity to invite you to Algeria. Being said, as you said, I'm representing the Federation of West Africa Chambers of Commerce. It's the umbrella body of private sector in West Africa. We were set up since 1972. And our main role is to be the vehicle to bring private sector together in West Africa, to promote trade and investment across the border, even access to markets. Our real purpose value is that we have the key master to open any door. FEWACHI has observer status to head of states, meeting in ECOWAS, in Africa Union, and we are attending their meeting to bring private sector position and perspective. Coming back to your question, what we do really is on policy formulation, is policy implementation, is also making sure that the private sector view position are well inserted in harmonized policy that we will have in the region. You know, we are in a region that if we didn't bring this statistic to you, nobody can know that when you look at West Africa, it's about 500 million consumers that we have. And we sometimes, if we take each country, Nigeria, Benin, Togo, we used to look at the north. We didn't look at what happened in South-South. When you take your business, you move from Nigeria to other side, you will get that is a real opportunity of business for us. IATF is have access to market, is to do business beyond border. Some statistics from 2014 to 2022 bring out that business between Nigeria and other West Africa is about 250 or 300 million of dollars. But in a recent time, we did a study with a small-scale trader at the border and the custom. What we discover is that is about 1.5 billion of trade we have across the border. As somebody said before, when you go to any East West African markets, you will see some products coming from Nigeria. How these products pass the border are not captured. I believe is that there is something that we didn't discover, the relationship between MSMEs, SME, and a big company. We did some finding at FEWACHI. We take, for example, Dangote, we take MTN, we take Olam. Behind each of these countries, you have thousands of SMEs who are working with them. How can we recognize that SMEs? So in our organization, we discovered that what we can do is to take each sector and identify who is who in the sector. We do the mapping exercise. What are the policies that were put in place? Harmonized policy, not policy in Nigeria or in Benin or in Togo. policy and model within the country that we can use to access to market. You asked question to Mr. Singh about NAMA within the region. We already have the platform. The platform is what we need to do is to bring them together under the regional framework to organize them. You asked question about creative industry. We are working with AfCFTA Secretariat now to develop the protocol on services. Is under that protocol that they can know in industrial creative industry who is who in that industry. So how we can support them. So what we do at FEWASI is to make sure that each sector, we know what are the challenges they are facing, that everybody know, finance, access to market, access to land. How can we help to make sure that we sort out this kind of challenge? Lastly, to finish the answer to your question is, we used to talk about a challenge by crossing the border. I can witness that in West Africa, we have the very good policy in terms of a free movement of person, of good, right of establishment, even investments. What we need, what the challenge we are facing is how can we make sure that citizens know about this policy? We have lack of information. How we can make sure that we have that information? So we at Chambers of Commerce, working with national Chambers of Commerce, Lagos Chambers of Commerce, for example, is to make sure that we develop under our BSO, Business Support Organization, how we can make sure that we break down this challenge people are facing by doing business across the border.
So have you started with those solutions now to disseminate information?
The solution is even older than me. Since 1972, that is what we are doing. Okay. We make sure that we provide information to our BSO. You know, doing business within the West Africa, what people have to know is that when somebody comes to you, I want to do business with you, the person needs to know who you are, how you work. But what we do as Chambers of Commerce, we do due diligence to certify that this company and this company can work together. But that information, we didn't give it openly. We give it privately for any businesses who want to work within the region. I believe in the room, many people are there who know me, that we are working with when we develop, for example, East Meet West initiative, SMEs in West Africa with SMEs in Eastern Africa, how we can put them together to work under the AfCFTA framework. And that brings me back to our house, that we have the ECOWAS Trade Liberation Scheme. To do your business within the business, understand how to trade across the border, because if we didn't satisfy ECOWAS Trade Liberalization Scheme, it will be difficult for you to satisfy the AfCFTA trade agreement.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Please give me a round of applause. Thank you. All right, we've been joined by the Director General, Smedan. Hello, Mr. Charles. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. So I'm going to go straight to you now, and I do recognize that Smedan is doing a lot for SMEs in Nigeria. My question to you is, what is Smedan doing to help Nigerian SMEs trade across Africa?
Thank you. Thank you so much. And good afternoon, distinguished guests. Sorry, one of our last meetings for this session ran over. So we are the Small and Medium Enterprises Development Agency of Nigeria, and I'm so excited that Afreximbank has started to do some work with SMEs. In the last 18 months, one of the things that we started to do is provide infrastructure. A lot of our goods that are being traded are still, to a large extent, manufactured goods. So what we've done as Smedan is we've begun to test some pilots. So we've taken one industry, which is like fashion, and what we've done is we've provided all our small businesses with the sewing machines, we've provided them with power, and we've provided them with maintenance for those sewing machines. So as a small business owner who is in the fashion industry, all you need to do is just come in there, bring your material, sew your clothes, We've also negotiated some memorandum of understanding with a logistics company to help distribute these products within and outside Nigeria. Now, what this does is not only creating jobs locally, but also helping our small businesses with the infrastructure they need to provide goods that they can use to trade with our member organizations under the AfCFTA agreement. And so what we are actually yearning for is basically more infrastructure towards just providing hubs like this for our small businesses to continue to do work and to trade across Africa. And we have begun a lot of sessions with branding, sensitization. Now, a lot of people do not even understand the opportunity that exists. So Nigeria is about 250 million potential customers. Africa is about 1.4 billion. And so the first work that we've begun to do is basically sensitizing our small businesses about the opportunity that exists with our sister member organizations like NEPC and NEXIM. And the second thing is just providing adequate financing and infrastructure for them to take advantage of that kind of opportunity. So those are the kind of things that we're doing with SMEDAN. And we're just very, very, very happy that, our president has signed the tax bill into law, so which means that even some of our informal small businesses can now even become formalized and start trading and exporting outside Nigeria. So in answering your question in short, we provided single-digit interest loans, we provided infrastructure, and then we're helping with a lot of guidance and resources for our small businesses in Nigeria to be able to take advantage of the AfCFTA agreement.
Thank you. Absolutely commendable. Please give me a round of applause. Thank you so much. I'll come to Mr. Temwa Gondwe, but I won't be able to take my second round of questions because we have run out of time now. However, we'll take just one question from the audience before we take 30 seconds parting shot from all of our panelists. All right, so Mr. Temwa Gondwe, you're Director of Creatives and Diaspora at Afreximbank. We are very well aware of the CANEX platform. So my question to you is, how can Nigerian creatives plug even broader into the CANEX platform?
Thank you very much. And just joining my fellow panelists in thanking you all for being part of this roadshow on the Intra-African Trade Fair. It is always an honor to be in Lagos. Lagos and Nigeria is the heartbeat of the creative and cultural industries of Africa. Nigeria has put African film on the map. Nollywood is the biggest film producer by volume around the world. Nigeria has put our music on the global stage. So it is always a pleasure, really, as someone who works in the creative and cultural industries, to be in Nigeria, which has been a driving force in this sector. Now, bringing it home to Nigeria here, if you look at the first time you bought a Levi jean, the first time you were looking for cowboy boots and so on, it was because you were bombarded by some films that you watched in Hollywood. So these trade in goods and services really move or are blown or flow on the wheels of creativity. Yeah. So the role of the creative and cultural industries transcends beyond just entertainment or the business of the creative industries. They really give us an opportunity to really promote African trade, both on the continent but also around the world. So CANEX as a program has got financing. We have capacity building programs. Ijeoma made mention of some of those, and the DG. We have partnerships and linkages. We do a lot of policy advocacy. You recall there was a discussion around the intellectual property. Intellectual property is very important. Intellectual property protection is very important. And under that, we're working with the AfCFTA Secretariat to establish the Intellectual Property Office. Because you can imagine if you have one intellectual property office for the continent, that is a game changer for the creative industries on the continent. Because at the moment, you have to register in all these jurisdictions to protect your IP. But one office for Africa is going to be a game changer. And this is something that we're doing together with the AfCFTA Secretariat. We have export development and investment promotion. The creative industries are an asset class. That is why we have set up CANEX at IATF. We have also got CANEX Weekend. The idea is to bring creatives to meet market opportunities. It shouldn't be that every time you see an artist, it's for entertainment, or you see a musician, it's for entertainment, or a poet. We want to get into the business of the creative industries. So CANEX at IATF 2025 is not only a showcase. It is an opportunity for us to delve into the business of fashion, delve into the business of film, into the business of sports, culinary arts, art and craft. Because without getting into the business, we'll not be able to develop a marketplace. Most of our creative businesses are atomistic, they are small. It's a good thing, but we cannot be small forever. We need to grow these brands. So in order to do that, we need to facilitate the development of an ecosystem. Yes, let there be the creative and let them be creating. But we need lawyers there, we need accountants, we need marketers, we need those who are doing the financing, so that we have an ecosystem, an infrastructure that can grow these businesses. So to plug into CANEX, there are really a number of programs that the creative industries in Nigeria can plug into. We have financing, we have a $2 billion facility, we have tailored facilities for music and film. We have CANEX Creations Incorporated, which is making strategic investments in the sector, especially when it comes to investment and venture financing. We have recently announced the coming on stream of a idea there is that we need to own our narratives. We need to promote collaboration, not just amongst Africans, but also Africans in the diaspora. We have a number of capacity building programs that we are running. I think of note, we should also make mention of the How to Export under the AfCFTA training program, which is online. It's a program which is online you can access to understand how to export under the AfCFTA. We have partnered with the International Trade Center to do that. We have a number of master classes also related to jewelry making, fashion, and so on. Because we do know that most of our creatives get their skills from the University of YouTube. So it is important that we structure knowledge and skills development in this particular area by ensuring that the creative industries access the knowledge that is needed. So in brief, I can say that, and we are looking forward really in particular to welcoming the creative industries from Nigeria at CANEX at IATF. We have set the table for you. The investors are there, the financiers are there. Those who have a film market for the first time, we'll have a film market. For the first time, we'll have a publisher's market. We have the fashion market, which is already there. So all these are aimed at facilitating exchange in the business of the creative industries. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. You heard it. The table has been set. Just come to feast. Thank you. We'll take 3 questions from the audience if there are any. Questions? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Yes. So let's start with you. Can we have the roving microphone very quickly? Straight to the point, your name and your question. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Siobhan. My question is kind of from the last session as well, but since you're private-led businesses, I'd like to ask you as well. Given that so much intra-African trade is formal and SME-driven, and that obviously access to data is key to de-risking, as we spoke about before, but also from the creative standpoint and from a growth standpoint for identifying local demand do you see the responsibility of building data systems on the creatives and on the private sector or on the public sector? And if it is hybrid or if it is more private, how do you ensure that those systems remain accessible and transparent? Because from young entrepreneurs myself, access to data, market data, not necessarily like access to finance, but access to the numbers. Are these things in demand? That is one of my biggest issues. And so I've pivoted to saying, okay, is part of my business building the data, but then if I build that data, what happens to it, right? Who benefits from it? How do you make sure it's accessible and useful? And yes, how do you support that kind of thing, which is more, I think, should come from a grant perspective than a loan perspective, if you see where I'm coming from.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You'd like to take that? All right, great. So let's just collate the questions. Yes, please.
Okay, first.
We'll take both of
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Toyin Adenuba. I'm a partner in the law firm of Birchstone and Grace. I lead the capital market practice. So my question, I have about 2 questions for you. I apologize. Carried over from the previous session. So being an important aspect of trade and services across Africa, what efforts are being, so this is for the doctor that spoke earlier, that presented earlier, in the Dr. Gainmore, I believe, presented earlier, or anyone who can take the questions. Being an important aspect of trade and services across Africa, what efforts are being made towards capital market linkage initiatives? So we are aware of the West African Capital Market Integration Council, the African Exchanges Linkages Project, as well as the Pan-African Settlement Payment System. So how successful have these efforts been in championing AfCFTA's objectives? My second question is still on capital markets, because it's very important for us. What efforts are being made to deepen our capital markets further? So this is the issue. Our total market capitalization is roughly like a quarter of our total GDP. If you compare this with what is happening in South Africa, the Johannesburg Stock Exchange's total capitalization is roughly 3 times the value of its GDP. So you see where I'm going. We need to deepen our market to provide more opportunities for people. I'm aware that the federal government is thinking of listing some of its entities like the NNPC, which we have spoken about, and more state-owned entities as well. So what is being done from AfCFTA's perspective? I'm still zeroing in on capital market efforts. The third one is, I apologize. Currency devaluation is a huge problem. People earn and do their business in their local currencies, and everything is dollarized when you think of the international perspective of it. How are you thinking of protecting local businessmen and women in this regard? Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To your right, sir. Excuse me, gentlemen. Here, yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Tobi Okechukwu. I work with the Southeast Development Commission. Essentially, I appreciate what has been going on, and my question will relate to the first panel and this one. I believe strongly that tourism is the soft power for engagement between citizens of various countries. Since our problems started during the Berlin Conference, when Africa was partitioned without our consent, it created a situation where there are barriers of interface between countries. Presently, when our trade is very formal, people don't even know themselves. So I would want to know if there is any special program by Afrexim that enables Africans to go to their different jurisdictions based on tourism. The creatives are quite nice, but there must be opportunities for people to know themselves. I sympathize with my brother who had to go to Ethiopia before going to Malaba. I was in the University of Calabar, and I know it's just about 30 minutes away from Calabar to Malabo. But I had to do 25 hours to do so. Is there any way we can encourage opportunities for interface that will break down these barriers? It is good for a businessman to travel, but he can also travel alongside tourists. That is when you have the people. That is why when you have logistics for those like plane, 20-seater can move from one African country to the other. But citizens don't know themselves.
Yes.
So I really appreciate what's going on. It's a general question anyway.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Thank you. There's someone right behind, so we'll take very short, straight to the point.
Thank you, moderator. I'm Daniel from Uganda, and I would like to start by thanking Afreximbank, because some of us are so Pan-African and we are so invested into this that I beg President Kanayo not to chase me from your meetings. This is the 6th I'm attending, because Afreximbank is one institution which is really walking the talk. We need to clap it.
Thank you so much.
And all of us, we need to go out and support it. For me, I'm not asking, I'm actually saying what we need to do, all of us, to support this initiative, and we put it together. Personally, when you talk about mobilizing what the Lagos Chamber of Commerce was talking about, permeating information to the actual traders, the people the SMEs were talking about, I last month took actually a road trip from Abidjan via Accra, via Lomé, via Cotonou, Niamey to Agadez. And now that is adding the ALCO to the Trans-Sahara Highway. Now, these are only two things, and I sit down. Number one, we have to break the mental barriers, as my friend has been talking about, that you need to cross these entities. Number two is that the actual trader who is moving through all that one, that is always what I wanted to find out, and then see how we can communicate to them that whatever we are discussing in here then has to be to permeate to the lowest ground. Because, just for example, I just didn't go through Lagos. I've been from Abuja. I wanted to come by road here. Everybody told me you are going to be kidnapped. The second thing they told me, the road is so bad that you will not reach there in one piece. That one I didn't care so much about. Now, think about the person who is having valuable goods on that road. So it's a challenge between Nigeria and Algeria, the two economies, just the other opposite side of Niger. How can we make this Trans-Sahara Highway a reality? And I believe something we need to talk about with my Algerian ambassador here. And thank you. It's for action, not just talking, walking the talk out of this.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you. And because that gentleman has insisted, we'll take that final one. And in this order, just hold on, sir. Thank you. So your name and your question very quickly. Then my panelists, you will take your parting shots and pick the questions you would like to answer. So we'll start from Mr. Charles Odi, or would you like to start, Dr.? Okay, so we'll start from Mr. Charles Odi. All right, your name and your question.
So Jide Martin, CEO, Comic Republic. Every time we talk about content, we're talking about, if you ask me, what I'll call traditional media, which is TV, movies, and films. But we're not talking about new emerging content, specifically animation and gaming, which presently is a $4 billion industry worldwide. Asia has dominated it, Europe has, but Nigeria is not playing strong there. Is there any, are we looking at that segment for funding? Because the gaming industry and the animation industry is growing strong here, but we need funding for marketing and also international reach.
Thank you so much. That was straight to the point. Unfortunately, we won't be able to take any more questions, but there's room for networking after. So you can speak to any of our Afreximbank officials or the panelists that you'd like to connect with. And particularly for the gentleman capital market, you would also get to see Dr. gain more after, so you can ask him the questions, but we'll try and address as much as we can based off your questions. All right, Mr. Charles Odi, over to you. You can pick any of the questions and your parting shot. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. So I'm just taking notes on some of the questions, and I can talk to just a few of them from what we're doing as Smedan's perspective. So the first lady spoke about data. So as at our last count for us in Nigeria, we have 39,365,834 nano, micro, small, and medium enterprises. Now, those are businesses spread across the 36 states and the FCT. What we've begun to do is to know all these businesses. So we've begun to put them in different buckets. So those in creatives, those in fashion, those in music, we've begun to know who they are, where they're located, and some of the problems that they're confronted with. So what that does for us is someone like you can now approach us, and if you have a product to test, we can just test with those people to understand if there's a demand for your product. And in real time, we can give you analysis of if it's going to be a win or it's going to crash in the market. So we have that data. You can talk to us, and then we can help to test some of the things that they're trying to put up. For the gentleman who spoke about the capital market, we have an organization in Nigeria called SEC, right? And what SEC is doing with Smedan right now is helping the medium businesses to raise money from the capital market. So the businesses that are currently, if you look at all the businesses in Nigeria, 96% of all the businesses are small and medium enterprises. And then just about 4% are like the Dangotes or the BOA or the MTN. So what we're trying to do right now is transition the medium businesses to be able to access funding from the capital market. And that's going to involve a lot of information dissemination, because they don't even know how to go about it, and a lot of private sector collaboration. The gentleman who spoke about, and so yes, we can engage, and I can share with you some work that we're doing as regards that. You also spoke about collecting PAPs. I think PAPs is a phenomenal tool from Afrexim, where a small business in Nigeria can collect CDs, can sell and collect CDs, or collect CDs and it can be translated to Naira for them. Collect SEPA and can be translated for Naira for them. There's a company who will work closely with Flutterwave who does that, but on a larger scale, PAPS does that, and I think that's a phenomenal platform that helps us to save at least $5 billion, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. For the gentleman that says that we don't know ourselves as citizens, I think that AITF is a phenomenal way for us to know ourselves. I was at Cairo 2 years ago. This year we're going to be in Nigeria. I think that Afrexim has provided that opportunity for us to visit Africa. You're very spot on. As Africans, we don't visit Africa as we should, and this trade fair is an opportunity. All I would just ask is that we cannot have tourism without access. So the ambassador from Nigeria is here. Please, let's try and democratize access. The last time we were in Cairo, we had small businesses who their goods made it there for exhibition, but they couldn't make it there in person because of the visas. So please let us try and make sure that we have visas available for them. The gentleman that spoke about kidnapping, I don't think that you are actually talking about the Nigeria of today, right? This was Nigeria of yesteryears. And what we're trying to do, and I'll explain. We have a couple of small businesses who are moving goods from place to place, and if I were
the capacity building is very important. Our technical vocation. Every day to build these softwares and applications, which is something that we working with our government partners. We really need to look at if Africa is going to.
Yeah, we're working on that now.
Thank you very much.
That is being done, the export. So we have a commercially viable content with Nollywood especially, but do you have a repository? Do you have any place where you can go in and see, okay, in 2024, this was the amount of USD generated from licensing of rights for film or things that investors are interested in. They want to see the numbers, they want to see data that supports that this business is actually viable. So I think it's actually a huge gap that we need to fill, right, in the creative industries, to be able to access data. Nobody has ever approached me to ask me, how much sales have you done, right? How much have you gotten in terms of licensing of rights? Because I play in that space a lot, and I've been doing that for almost 20 years. It doesn't exist. So it's very important that we begin to pay attention to these things, because if we have access to data, then it also makes sense for people to know the viability of what we are doing. There's a whole lot more, like the person who asked the question around gaming. There's a lot more happening in terms of licensing and selling of our content outside of Nigeria, but nobody is tracking that. I've seen different reports, but I've never seen any report that tracks how much has been, generated in licensing of rights for either films, for TV shows, for music as well. So I think it's something that we really need to pay attention to create that platform that can actually capture data. And working with the Connect team to create programs around the film industry since 2021. But there's something that is really heartwarming, listening to Temwa saying that a film market is going to be launched. Honestly, it's amazing to hear that at this event, because if you look at Connect, it creates a platform for exhibition, for fashion, but there's really and then, of course, the deal room, the Connect deal room, where you present your project and you get funding. But there's really no real platform for business to happen, especially within the film industry. And I believe strongly that Connect has what it takes to galvanize the whole of Africa, for us to have, for us to buy and sell either music rights, the films, TV shows, whatever it is, gaming, animation. So creating a market, it makes sense that when we come to Connect, we can actually now have an opportunity to buy and to sell as far as intellectual property is concerned, because a lot of people do not understand the process that goes on behind the scenes for you to watch something on television. And the time has also come for us to be self-sustained as Africa, because Netflix cannot sneeze and then the whole of Africa catches cold. Amazon cannot decide to leave and then the industry is stranded. They can't be determining the determining factor on how our industry grows. So in the last 5 years, they pumped in millions of dollars, and all of a sudden we woke up, they gave a last supper and they pulled out, and everything, people are stranded. Investments, so much investments have gone into film, and nobody knows. There's a huge distribution problem right now in Africa. There's a huge gap. Nobody even, we are trying to figure out where is the next big thing that's going to solve our distribution problems in this sector. Where is it going to come from? Because as soon as these guys left, everybody is, people are stranded. So much products have been made, so much productions has been done, but nobody is able to figure out how they are going to recoup the investments they've made. So hearing that Canex is launching a market, because somebody asked me before Prime Video came, before Netflix came, how are you making money? We are making money from markets. As far back as 2010, we are going to Kenya. We had markets in Kenya, in Ghana, in South Africa, where Africans come together to buy and to sell rights for films, for TV shows. And all of a sudden, that is no longer happening. And if Canex is able to bring that back and fill in that gap, it's a potential absolute game changer for our industry. And I think it's just very exciting for me.
Absolutely amazing. Please, yes, the applause says it. Thank you so much. All right, Dr. Chinyere Almuna, FCA.
Thank you very much. Just a quick one. So she's talked about the data issue, but I just want to say that it has to be a hybrid solution. It has to be government and public sector and private sector. Because data is not static, it keeps evolving, and there are multiple sectors and multiple indices, so it has to be a cooperative effort to be able to do it and make it sustainable and usable for the long term. Yeah, so it has to be a hybrid solution. I believe that we need to think of how to ensure that our companies are competitive. And there are several things we must do. So one, we talked about infrastructure here, having the right infrastructure in place so that businesses can actually not have to provide the infrastructure themselves, that they are allowed to do business. But the other one is also regulation. I see regulation as the intangible infrastructure, because without regulation, if you don't have the appropriate regulation, you still have businesses that will struggle. The cost of doing business will continue to rise. So we need to figure out how can we ensure that when we produce whether goods, services here, that they are competitive and they can be showcased anywhere, but the price point should be one that is affordable. And also then say finally that as an ambassador, IATF ambassador, I want to encourage everybody here to ensure that you are present in Algiers. The ambassador has promised to give us visa.
Yes.
So you don't have any excuse. You don't have any excuse. So we're all going to go to Algiers. That's very important. But also, apart from those in this room, for those that you know who are not in this room, please let them know that anything that some of the questions in your heart that you haven't asked, they'll be answered at Algiers, because that's the platform that provides a lot of the solutions that we're looking for. So just to say, everyone, please dust off your passports and head to the Algerian embassy, and we'll see you in Algiers. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Dr. Almuna. All right, Dr. Singh. Did you already travel to Algeria in your mind?
Yes, of course. Thank you so much, and it's so amazing to see a young and vibrant audience with intellectual questions. To intellectual property theft. Starting from your data point perspective and data security, let me tell you, it's a double-edged sword, which all of us in the ICT sector have been trying to battle over the years. As much as data sharing is important, the privacy of that particular data is equally important. I mean, look at you. You don't want your Facebook or Instagram be hacked and your data being to somebody else. It's so annoying that me and Herb just yesterday we are talking about cats, and suddenly my Instagram is filled with pictures of cats. You know, everything, your phone is spying on you, your internet is spying on you, everything is spying on you. So what the ICT sector has created in the form of a blockchain technology, which most of the governments are now using, including our Ministry of Science and Technology, who is pioneering this platform to all the governments as far as the ministries are concerned. But mind it for a fact that governments, they always work 5 or maybe even 10 steps backward. It is the private industry who's the first driving force, and then the government always follow. So the process is much slower, but it's at a very, very large country scale. But the private sectors are the ones who do it at the industry. Like for instance, let me give you my example. I have a database of over 1 billion plus customers. And all my competitors, they want those databases. So what happens? Cyber hacking, cyber tweaking, corporate espionage. So, and how do you protect that data? Is through blockchain technology, through military grade 7 or 8 encryption level. Even now it's even gone up to 10 encryption level. So it's the more we generate into the AI era, it's not coming. It's already, it's right here. The more data breaches we are going to see. So we all need to be braced up for that. And coming back to the second question, what our guest asked was regarding how do you safeguard yourself from financial exposures, because you always pay in dollars. I'll come back to the basic thing, self-sufficiency. Don't buy exported products. Buy made in Nigeria products. President just signed a bill and made Be Nigerian, Buy Nigerian into law. So we should buy what we produce, and we should not buy what we don't produce. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And finally, Ambassador.
Thank you very much, Madam. I think to add to the question of data, because of GDPR, you cannot easily access to data. We have data in chambers of commerce with governments, but I will advise you maybe to register at the chambers of commerce, legal chambers of commerce, because as startup, you need to have access to data free or less cost. So by register under any chambers of commerce, through legal chambers, you can access to us at FIWASI. We are working with national chambers of commerce. It's not for direct interaction with businesses. On the second question about the capital market, I believe, and I can witness because I was part of the drafting group. In West Africa, we have the policy that organizes the sector. And also, ECOWAS organized the capital market group under the ECOWAS Business Council. So we already have the policy, we have investment code, and that can help to provide solution to what you asked of question. And we can link also what we provide in West Africa to the Africa payment system developed by or promoting by Afreximbank. So coming back to the question that's very important for me about the interconnectivity, it's some question that I was before want to skip, but I have to come back to the question because it's very important. Somebody asked a question about before in that panel before us, how going to Malabo, you have to go to Ethiopia before coming back. We have solution in West Africa. What we have is that the information we didn't share the information the people know. For example, we developed ASCAI as a community enterprises to reduce the challenge in airline connectivity. We also have SeaLink Maritime. That will help. I have a director, Bello from Nezim Bank, and Afreximbank also speak about it, the SeaLink company. That will help us to move good from Calabar to Central Africa. So we have solution. We have EcoBank developed by FIWASI. We have ASCAI. We have SeaLink. What we need is to bring businesses together, to invest together, because where we are now is how can we co-create, how can we co-invest. We have the very good policy in Africa. We have it because when we were drafting a AfCFTA protocol, I can witness because I was part of the drafting. We made sure that what we have in West Africa as a good policy are inside the AfCFTA. What we need is to have this type of events where we come together, we meet, we know each other, and we invest together. I will finish this with what I wrote following what we discussed here, is that regional consideration is very key. It's very key if we want to seize the IATF opportunity. And if we come as a group, that it can seize the opportunity. We used to say that we want to the Africa we want. I think to have Africa that we want, we need to strengthen the West Africa that we already own. If we really come together as West African to go and discuss with other RECs like East Africa, like Northern Africa, we won't succeed. As my neighbor said, let us produce what we need and use the opportunity we have here to co-create, to co-invest. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you so much. Please give a resounding applause to my amazing distinguished panelists. And as we close, I think it's important to note that, or to just wrap up saying that we must equip our SMEs, we must align infrastructure with opportunities, and we must, as a matter of necessity, deepen public-private collaboration. One more time, give a resounding applause to my very eminent, distinguished panelists as we rise for a group picture. We will take the vote of thanks and the closing remarks, and I would announce how lunch will happen. But we thank you all for being a part of this, and we can't wait to see you in Algiers, Algeria, come September. Media, do you have it? Thank you. Please celebrate my panelists as they exit the stage. Thank you so much for lending your voice to this cause and for being a part of this. I'm sure that with all of these few points of ours, we have been able to convince you beyond reasonable doubt that come September 4th to 10, you have to be in Algeria. However, to do the closing remarks, it gives me great pleasure to make welcome on stage Director Client Relations, Anglophone West Africa at Afreximbank, Peter Olowononi. A round of applause for him. Thank you very much. Right after the closing remarks, we will give you instruction on how lunch will happen. Of course, networking and lunch will happen concurrently. Thank you.
On behalf of the management of Afreximbank and the IATF Advisory Council, would like to sincerely thank you for making time to attend this event, the Roadshow, which is a precursor to the IATF 2025 in Algiers. We would like to thank very specially our core stakeholders, the NEPC, BOI, NEXIM, Ambassador of Algeria to Nigeria, and every other key partner like the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, the National Commercial, the NASIMA in full, for participating in this very good event. Your participation definitely affirms Nigeria's leading role as an anchor partner at the IATF. As our Executive Vice President highlighted earlier, Nigeria has been a core beneficiary of the deal signed at the IATF, with more than $11 billion signed at the last IATF, higher than any other country on the continent. And it is in recognition of the significance of this event to Nigeria that we have also seen very strong support from Nigerian corporates who have financially supported the IATF and all the roadshows to drum up support. In this regard, please permit me to recognize and thank the following companies who have already provided financial support and commitment for the IATF 2025. We would like to specifically thank Oando Energy Resources, Dangote Group, Sunbed Global Concepts, Pacific Energy, Fidelity Bank, IRI Energy Limited, John Vance International, and Blue Horn Limited, who have already supported the IATF 2025 with financial commitments to enable us organize this kind of events and ensure that we have a big success in Algiers. Of course, we look forward to more support and call on other key stakeholders to sponsor, help us mobilize attendance, and ensure that we participate actively so that we can deepen Nigeria's share of intra-African trade. We remain very confident that Nigeria will continue to lead the pack in Algiers, just as Nigeria has done in Durban and in Cairo. We know that every SME, corporate, financial institution, the MDAs, regulators, and government who are present in this room today will proceed to take the necessary step. What is the necessary step? Please go online. I think the media will project how to ensure that you register. It's already on the screen. Please register. You book your ticket, your accommodation, and of course, the ambassador has told us visas will be facilitated. There is already a direct flight from Abuja to Algiers, which is really commendable. And we believe that you can begin to pack your bags in parallel and get ready for Algiers 2025. The countdown starts today, and we look forward to having you. Thank you very much. God bless you, and thank you for coming. We do appreciate your presence. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The table is set, not just for lunch, but the table is set in Algiers, Algeria. Come and feast. We look forward to receiving every single one of you in September in Algiers, Algeria. Please enjoy your lunch. Lunch will happen at the same place you had breakfast. Enjoy your lunch. Make sure you network. Make sure you connect with at least 5 persons. You don't know, your Algerian partner might be here, your business partner might be here, your next distributor might be here. My name is Mojibade Shosonya, and I've had the pleasure of serving as not just your host, but your moderator for the panel conversations today. It was great having everyone here. We look forward to receiving you in Algiers in September. The QR code will remain on the screen for you to scan and register as we look forward to receiving you in September in Algeria. Please enjoy your lunch, make sure you network, and enjoy the rest of your day and a fabulous second half of 2025. All right, as you proceed to lunch, please do not leave any of your personal items on any of the seats. Go with all your belongings, your valuables, your bags, your laptops. Do not reserve seats by leaving your personal belongings on any of the seats. As you go to lunch, which would happen in the same room where you had breakfast, please ensure you take all your belongings as you proceed to lunch. Enjoy lunch and have a fantastic time networking. We will see you in Algeria in September. Thank you.